right before the case starts, I believe. Boom, boom, boom. Gina, good, you're back. Police must have finished questioning her then. How was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Oh, don't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. I meant we were able to investigate at Windy Banks. Right. Don't want to know how we got on, how we've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. Well, that I did it. Yeah, did it. Alright, guilty next. That's not. Jenna, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh, what decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? Must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Nauer to represent you right. I see. Really lost her fight all of a sudden, but I know what that feels like. Worry is just so hard to bear. What we've uncovered. Alright then, blimey, give it a rest with the Maya's Iris. Come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. Don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Naruto and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. We haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There are a number of interesting facts that we've managed to establish. But yeah, like what? Well, for example, reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke in the Windy Banks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence to clear the reason. Thrust in Gina's face, or I could present to her calmly, I suppose. Listen to the window next storeroom. Manuscript of Iris' latest story. Right, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windy Bank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. One exception, the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles is really there. It's the real reason you broke in the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Yeah, this Baskerville story. It's the latest Holmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. I don't even know if the real one's good. All I know is the TV show made Baskerville is like the most boring story ever. I think the occult and ghost stuff is usually lame as shit. Okay, I figured it's gotta be worth a few pieces of silver, right? Yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris' manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell. All I want to do is find out if the mental script or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. Was it one of the better ones? Iris' sake, isn't that right? I know a few Hercule Poirot runs, but yeah, I don't think I've read too many Sherlock Holmes ones. I knew why you did it from the start, Gene. Of course we did. No, you couldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Oh, saw any manuscript in the storeroom. Remind me of what you said the night before. I've read, I think, only 2 Poirot runs. One of them was the train one, obviously. I think that's the most famous one. And then the other was... fuck. I can't spoil the killer, because that immediately will tell you who it is. Damn it. Trying to think. Fuck. A guy gets killed in a mansion. That's not 2. Fuck. Fuck. I'm trying to, like, remember the name of the book. But if I say... if I say... Yeah, you guys already spoiled it, but yeah. I know the train one's obviously the most famous one. But yeah, the other famous, or one of the famous ones, because of the twist. Fuck, I can't say. I can't say the plot, because. Yeah, it's what was the twist? It's a pretty big twist. Was it then they were not? I'm not sure. I don't think it was. I think there's only one killing in it, and then they're trying to figure it out. Fuck. Yeah, you guys already spoiled it. Who the killer is? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. You guys already spoiled it. It's the narrator. Yeah, the narrator's actually the killer. You guys already spoiled it like a dozen times, but yes. So, there's a famous one where the narrator's actually the killer. And he even explains, like, the events, but then skips or skims over a point. Yeah, I see that one, yeah. You guys already know it, okay. Grown Up's still a lot worse than that, believe me, but that one's a famous one because of the unreliable narrator, yeah. Bare-faced liar's law. Just ain't realized it yet. Telling ya, that mental script ain't Windy Banks. Soon see if you had a look as another flashback to the same day. If I'm honest, I wonder if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. And that's wrong of me to doubt him. Yeah, Jenny, that was so sweet of you. Alright. Tell you what I did, just stop looking at me, Iris. If it weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. I want to know if Mr. Sholmes, being honest, he really deposits a manuscript at Windy Banks. It's like I told you the night before. Never had a father. Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Danny. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. Wow. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jenny. Never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, so yeah. I ate all this chummy nonsense. Yeah, I ate it. Don't trust no one, right? That's how I work, because if you don't trust no one can let you down. Then leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. Peppy hands. I didn't notice till now. It's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Wow. Or some very suspicious red stains. Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might represent some of our other findings that area to Gina now. Let's see this first. I already have representation papers, other documents. You know, wouldn't be on your sleeves, that kind of blood, you banana. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk, that is. He'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Jenny, rip them out and chuck them, would ya? And representation papers, whatever they're called, just so ain't fancy enough to have a bin. What will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on me own. Well, she's dead. I don't think you will be. For some reason, I don't think your odds of winning are like above 0. It don't matter what's happening, gonna happen. One stubborn pickpocket. Are they losing again because of midnight again? Jeez, feels bad. Aren't stains on your sleeves are your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruto. Don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. Could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Windybank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. Trust your friend Naruto get the results much faster than anything else. Hey, take it easy, Iris. If only we had this in the modern cases. Don't move, Jenny. Gonna shoot. Get down! Wow. Oh my. What the? We got the sleeves. No, coat is covered in blood. Of course. That color of fabric was massive. Stains, that's why I haven't seen him until now. Blood reacted to chemical turned purple color. Ash is one of the samples we collected. Perfect. Oh, this code. Oh, okay. So let's see, who had the purple blood? Ah yes, it was the brickmaker Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. Well, what are you all on about? The victim, what do you mean? Well, I come from a situation now, however, I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. Too bad who really murdered the brickmaker Mr. Mason is revealed. Oh, it's unexplained what's going on. Stop telling half the story. Truth of the omnibus. I always see the victim's blood all over McGilgood's overcoat. A trial 2 months ago, the defendant said in his testimony, "Excuse, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? What a nice guy! Oh, not guilty! And his name's on the perk that he gave us. Not guilty! What a nice man." I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now as I reached out to give the man the hand. Look at this overcoat now, it's clear. Stains couldn't have risen from Mr. McGill trying to pull the victim to sleep. I was merely trying to help the lad. Now, if that really had happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. One explanation for this pattern of blood. That it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. True copper in that case, Mr. Mason's killer. Agnes McGilded. Oh no, that horrible case is solved at last. Help the man walk free from that child. Use all that twisted testimony, all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. I gotta let that happen. Meh. Did you believe him now? Believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. He was a good guy, Daniel, a good guy! Hurricane the Great Britain, a great friend of mine, taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Ah, what a loser, this guy. Imagine dying because he tripped on a cat. Oh, what a loser. He thinks he's all tough with his ninja headband and his sword. And he dies when he fucking falls over a cat. Imagine being killed when you're like early 20s. By being pushed by a girl. Oh, man. Oh, man, what a jobber. It's such a shitty way to write off a character. Really? That's how he died? Fuck it. What a loser. Imagine a guy in early 20s dying because the girl pushed him. Not even on cement, just on a fucking wooden floor. Fuck it. And then he just auto dies. Jesus, what a fucking joke. Look at this dude. He's actually built too. And he just fucking, imagine pushing a jock. And he just dies. Okay. I thought he twisted his neck, because if he hit the bedpost, there'd be blood coming from his head, right? I think they didn't want him to hit the head and the thing. Or no, the headpost didn't hit his head because then there'd be evidence on the head to show how he died. Yeah, I don't know. It's really a dumb case. So they had to do a lot of leaps of logic. Yeah. Because if he hit his head on the fucking post, his skull would have a bleeding mark or whatever. Hit the back on the bed frame, the wooden pole. I don't know. It's so dumb. Such an awful fucking, yeah, whatever. Lawyers only meme can't know for sure what's true, what is a lie. What a fucking meme case. Why must resort to primary weapon? Unwavering belief in our clients. No, that one's different, and you guys are spoiling that one, but that one's different because the guy actually killed her. Yeah, this one he just died from an accident to a rando. Unwavering belief in our clients, that's all we have, unwavering belief. Only when we truly be what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for the case. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. I think he should have died as they got to London by like or fucking whatever, one of the gangsters or something. Because it's really ridiculous how he dies. They just had to write him out of the story somehow. So someone completely random kills him. So dumb. Yeah, it should have been one of the London gangs or something taking him out. Instead he just fucking dies because he slips. It's funny, Gina. Of course, sounds like in the Empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Come on, look at the mess you got you into believing in that bog trotter. I didn't really have to murder or walk free. At least you learned your lesson now, eh? No, he wasn't even gonna tell the captain. He was actually, or he was gonna talk to the guy in the closet. But the thing is, yeah, the girl just randomly pushes him, even though there's no way, like, you could do it. And then, how did the push fucking get him? And then, like, oh no, I think the boat rocked at that moment. The cat fucking went under his foot, and she pushed him. Yeah, it was so dumb. I mean, you don't usually die from a fucking slight push, but yes, so many things had to happen at once. I believe in the people never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. Seems you let you go, you got it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Okay, may I ask you something? Just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Really sure that's what you want. That's what he wants now. I'm gonna believe it all over here. I forget it was me in the trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up that garden path, didn't I? Telling you can believe me after that. Not likely. Mr. Naruto, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. When it comes down to whether or not if you can trust me after everything that's happened. Jeez, that's a meme answer. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Wait, you half-baked? I don't know, you've not once admitted to committing a crime, have you? It's more, I believe. You're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruto. You hear what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. I'm a diver, don't forget. Yeah, God, but pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago, you all sorts of trouble. Why'd you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. I understand why you chose not to put your trust in others, but I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Okay? It's true that I'm a student of law and clearly lacking courtroom experience, but I can promise you this. Whatever happens until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Oh, Maru cry, yada yada. I'm not crying. Sad, I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. Shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Easton lad, I do know what you are, I don't get you. He's taking herself off the back, so she'll never admit it, but I hope she's feeling really well. Turned out alright in the end, I think. Wow. The real killer. Who's hiding there? Show yourself at once, sees her up in the height of cowardice. It's Susato. Somebody's there in the shadows. Assassin, or is it Sherlock? Somebody wasn't there before, what? Assassin. Blimey, you sharpie. Oh. Suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. What time ninjutsu? Like the art of stealth I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealth, it was you, Inspector. Ross PD sourced out back 6 months. Gregsy. Oh dear, I'm most terribly sorry, Larisha. What do you mean this startled you? Oh, you've been listening in on our conversation. Brief listening in? No, I just got word there was visitors who refused to leave in those after hours. Sure, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. It's all this, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours. That late already. So then, I'll have to excuse myself now, your ladyship. Better to meet you all the rest. Bye. What are farewells? Not one of them appropriate for a ladyship. I wanted to have terribly sorry. Time's pressing at the minute. I see. It's a shame. If I don't get this emergency, the Supreme Court that was sharper, so it's stronger it will emergency, Lord Strong. Not forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Quick, see if you have to. Let's chat soon. Lighted charm. Can wait, please. My pleasure. It's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Craigsy is so funny, he says such silly things. Certainly entertaining to see Inspector of the Police fawn into a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. But we'll never see each other again. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. Happens. So our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. Then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawed away at my insides. Mr. Sato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th April, 11:13 p.m. Naruto's legal consultancy. Naruto-san's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. She was shot before her eyes. Gina was arrested. Oh, on the back of the news, her father's fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. Hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. Wonder why it is. So many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. Yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Now, with one final task completed as a judicial assistant, once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. Final task. Months since we arrived in London, we managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. No time to get on my thoughts. I've only been here a short time, but I have an experience in the courtroom. I feel like I learned something. That be? Seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities, faucets. Like a joy light plays off them in complex patterns of linear actions and their motives. It's only a small number of total facets. That's what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. Lies in the shadows, what do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we never lays eyes on for as long as we live. So true. Sometimes feel as though I'm blind to so much. You hope and one day it will all become clear. All the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. No, Hodo-san. I suppose that's what matters. It's how we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. Days, I think it's been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, what? Oh no, it's nothing. Unimportant. Well. You know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes. Picked up my ticket earlier. Shall we be leaving here at 4 a.m.? What the? So you leave in a few hours? Oh no! No, I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry. Sure you realize I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. She's gone. Let's get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. Please, for me, do try. One final task. I mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. My notes from the case 2 months ago, the murder that was committed on the omnibus. Gilded case. Seems to me that this case of Mr. Windy Max Gina is accused. Very much tied up in that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else you have to think about. Sato-san still managed to do this. All neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. My pleasure. I can only hope that I'll bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sato-san. Do my best to use it wisely. Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. That's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, game over. I'm the killer. That'd have been a complete failure, sorry. I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. I'm the killer. She walks out the door. That's what I said about the McGilda kiss like 2 months ago. Oh, you didn't get the check, or you're not. Oh wait, I can check it now. Do. Found deceased on last scheduled omnibus. Devon Admin, Mason Milverton. What a fool! Oh, wait, that's it. That's their entire notes. The fuck? I thought it was like a book. Skilled attorney, Lord Baron von Zeeks. Naruhodo, yeah, conviction assured of 3 eyewitness testimony. Surprise 4 witness testimony result in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. She was a failure to the fact. How is this? Wait, this is useless. This is completely useless. It's just 2 cards. What else is in the notes? That's it. There's just 2 notes. Good night. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. Finish packing my things in my room. Sato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait. Something I need to say. Hiya! Poof. What was that? Secret technique of mine, a Susato shut down. Shut down. Please, I implore you. You have to voice her goodbyes. I won't be able to hold back my tears. I'm not crying, you're crying! Runs away. People won't cry. Sato-san. Truly had been a trying day, on our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us. Learning the truth about that nemesis of a case, physically and mentally. I was exhausted that the idea of sleep seemed impossible. I forced myself to close my eyes. And the company of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. 17th April, a small house. St. Sinner's Hospital. Assassin trying to finish off Sherlock. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Well, rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! Oh, you, my dear madam. Yeah, she's probably gonna have some evidence randomly show up in the case.
I'm Craig!
Razio 5 Armstrong, welcome back 11 months. Mid-trial, Miles comes in. Everyone's like, what the? I thought this was 1900. And then someone says, when did you think this was 1900? And then what? That's Phoenix Wright with a steel chair. What the? Who said this was ever 1900s? But everything, sir. No one explicitly says that. What the? The strongest prosecutor and defense attorney from LA show up. What the Americans? Oh, the Americans are taking over the case. It's over already. And well, following morning, sun was already gone. Americans win another case as they high-five each other and go home. Show the British who's boss. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. So it began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17 April 9:32 a.m. Will Bailey, defendants, into chamber. Morning, Gina. Determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend there? Sorry, you know, you're in a fancy dress. Susanna, however you say it, I don't know. So I had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Get him at me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as I'm a Saturn. I won't meet again. Wow! Oh, no! One day, no! Assassin! Irish assassins. Why does the IRA exist? It's not even 1900. No! Damn Irish. Even so. Hey, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Morning, you two. Yay, Katie! Gimme. How you feeling, Jay? You managed to sleep. Meow. Alright, so what are you doing here? I mean, my friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Oh no! See, that's why I hate cats. They have a mind of their own. Damn you! Maybe to show your support, Kitty. Well, he's gone. So... cats hate me, so they never want to hang with me, so they just run. Let them have notes around. What I'm gonna do? That reminds me, I bought a paper on the way here. Would you like... Now, we like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno, Ginny? I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first, wow. Always take the good news first. Might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright, then I'll give you the bad news first. Well, a record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Bad news is the weather report. So So hope Susie made her train to Dover. Oh, and the train is delayed on the way to the port. How's that bad news? Yeah, it's a terrible tragedy. Or then what's the good news? No, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train's delayed, should be able to make up time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. Only all good news cancel out the bad. Look, this trial's made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder, see? Aren't all, like, decently sized murders in the in the newspapers at the time? Yes, like Jack the Ripper, I'm assuming, was, like, the news for, like, how many months was it? Because it sells copies, yeah. I'm assuming Jack the Ripper was, like, several months in the paper, right? Just, like, every day. Oh, you like that? Well, you let them say what they want, see if I care. Yeah, it was like the OJ trial of their time. Don't trust anyone. They probably ran stories, don't trust any foreigners, monkus. They could be the Ripper. You can't because you're covering your face. Oh, anyone could be the Ripper. Don't worry, Reno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. It will. Tomorrow's paper's headlines will be... Charged divers, dauntless do-gooders. Isn't that right, Bruno? Yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. Absolute faith in you. Who said I wasn't the Ripper? What was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Jean's face case features prominently. Pawnbroker perishes in first murder. How awful for Virginia. I mean, tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger how? Proud picklock Pex Planet post-trial, perhaps. Pex Planet. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Sensational story lower down the front page as well, though. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh, this is the sequel. Okay. Well, this is too obviously what the other thing's about. Okay. Yeah, so that's what the Justice Department was looking at. Oh, they probably are going to blame Susato or something. Here we go. For a 10-year-old. Smelly has her finger on the pulse of world news. Secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communication being intercepted. How would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? Come on, 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Luna? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongar was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. Could explain why he has Gregsy running from the pillar to post at the moment. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Won't be by your side the whole time, give you more support and encouragement. I'm not sure that. I don't think it's comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris, yes, Denny. Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Yeah. I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. Sure, Gregson will let us know when there's news. Oh, right. No Sarah-san and no Mr. Sholmes. Tell down to me today. Prove that Gina's innocent of this crime. Let's do it! Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. Trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom. It's time then, yes. Let's go, Gina Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina, she's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. Weapon will secure victory here. Oh, you're useless. What a meme. I learned anything from my great friend. I learned nothing. It's that. Don't trip and fall. The Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Charge to determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecuting defense to declare a willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord. Remind me how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. Here you are again today. Are there some circumstance which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? One might describe as your former life 5 years past, dealt exclusively in matters concerning the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it a little bit more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a massive philanthropy to cheat the public at large. Are you saying McMagnus is a scammer? Damn you! He donated a park, and he tried to help the poor guy. What a nice guy. How dare you? It means Mr. McGill did he defend against the Reaper 2 months ago. He was a good man! He donated a park! Yes, I just managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGill did. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. Secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. You know who else I hate? Ah, jeez, he's gone on to a racist rant. Those people. Did he really just say that? What the fuck? No one's gonna call him out on it. Never liked them. Nipponese. Means you now, Reno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? Toward look of hatred more than six eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Don't take it personally, Ryunosuke. I hate all of your people. Hardly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Judiciary welcomes return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. What is this wine? Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 60 who've been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh, random, my asshole. Oh, the maid's back. Oh, what the fuck? Ready to hear the evidence placed before you, judging the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Random, yeah, fucking ultra random when they like select the same people over and over. Super random. Oh, I'm a Lieutenant British Army, you know, chaps like me were born ready. Oh shit, he wants to cheat with her. She's a younger maid and actually not an abuser. Clean cutlery, clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything moves stereoscopic in the future, absolutely everything. Now I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I kinda left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. That's one of these. Oh no! Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Something wrong with me now? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Yeah, most of them are in different uniforms because of their jobs. Really, funny coincidence like that do happen time to time, don't they? It's quite strange. Jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Well, Lord Von Zeeks. Court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in short. There's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. What about the McManus one? Aside from that one. This one. Is that blonde guy the same model as the poor person in the omnibus case? Simford, someone starting work max 7 months. Victim, Mr. Pop, Windy Bank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Always knew. Okay. The prosecution presents this photograph proof of the crime scene. Not white people. Why do they always shoot fat people in this game? Court will observe there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. And suggests a bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Report states bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? He was shot from below. Means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand him to bailiff, please. It's gonna be dumb. It's gonna be like he was actually shot from above. Scotland Yard's at it again. As the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Dyer was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. The windowless room was a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. Sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. Victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. Great further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at St. Fuck, I have a theory already, even with like a baseless theory, but I wonder if that door has a pet door. Yeah, I'm gonna assume. There was a scene earlier that doesn't make sense, but yeah, okay. It's a baseless theory, but I'm starting to think there's probably a pet flap. The interest court now the accused is discovered at the scene. She had in her hand a gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Oh, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Grubby little girl, pickpocket anyway. You know, it has the window thing. She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in Eastern nowhere. It was only a matter of time. She got blood on her hands and man. Poor people, what are the jurors waiting for? They're getting as guilty as hell. You guys are... That's you guys in the jury. Another child. Hanger, I say. Never liked them children. You guys suck. You guys all suck. Yeah, we already killed that Russian girl. Kill this one and we can all go watch the telly or whatever the fuck they do. The radio, I guess, in this case. Hang them all, I say. Can't jump to conclusions here. Mustn't assume her guilt because that's what she has to do to survive. I learned Nipponi's friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. Prosecution has barely begun to be sent in its case. Conveniently, this is a pollen act of murder. Next time too will be like later this month. Do not go and observe. There are witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpursuit or a cold-hearted killer. It is to establishing the truth. Court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand of the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into court record. A gun. Mr. Winnie Bandino was one when she found unconscious signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. Wait, what? So, how come in the first case we don't use the discharge thing, but now suddenly we do? Whatever. Okay, suddenly we know how to analyze a gun. Is Japan that backwards in this game? I like how in the first case we ignore, like, we can't fucking look at a gun, but apparently here they can. Like, the case would have immediately been solved. Oh, the gun he holding never shot a bullet. Christ, what I mean. What a joke. Yeah. I don't like the mood here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden right now. It immediately solved the case. The gun he held did not shoot the person. I think it's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windyback on the 16th of April of this year. Oh, these two are in the shop. I'm still waiting for the guy we saw earlier in the game to show up. There was a guy that lived in the same house as Saseki or whatever his name was. The final occupant. And you saw him once in the previous trial, but you never saw him again. So I don't know if they're for the sequel or they're going to show up this one. Say witnesses and occupations for the court. I'm trying to remember what he even looked like, the guy. Fuck. He was such a minor thing in the previous case. There's a character introduced that, yeah, never showed up. Name's Nash Skulkin, occupation baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, occupation same as him. Oh, it's Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we there what they call the three Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in if you lot. Cold blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. Oh, maybe the third brothers. Yeah, okay, the guy we saw, maybe. Last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Isn't that right, Ringo? Hey, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So I there that what he was gonna do is gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky. Okay. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin. That's before he's ran out of chips. Well, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you were doing in the witness stand. So, the Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. These are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with attempt to burgle. In the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbroker, they witnessed his proprietor's murder. Oldar! Various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am of the caliber of these witnesses, I'll permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify for the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because a Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Legal entry. I was walking down Baker Street in the small house and the gaff store was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was... And once we got inside, cold blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot in the back room. We went to see what was about, but the door was locked from the inside. Never done nothing, governor. Never took nothing, just left her that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence it would seem. And all the precise moment these miscreants entered property, even more sinister crime was afoot. Witnesses' testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Now, if you've ever seen a movie called The Trench, you'll know what real British accents are. Because all the movies almost always have the 2 main ones, or the city ones. Or not even, I don't even know what to call them. There's like the Hollywood British accents, and there's The Trench, where everyone's from a different part of fucking England. So you can hardly understand anyone unless you live there. Yeah. Door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop is indeed locked from the inside. Yeah, movies have like a Hollywood English accent, but if you watch a movie called The Trench, you'll realize real fast, yes, there are many accents. Event only the victim and the accused were found. I say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. So the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned in the silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told that up here in the stand. No, it's all nonsense because I saw with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. I was walking down Baker Street in small hours and the gas store was a Darcy, yes. It was like some kind of sign begged for us to go, and it was. Once we got inside, cold blimey, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Went to see what was what, and the door was locked from the inside. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left out that night and cried, you son of a bitch. You didn't do or take anything, is that your story? Oh, it's better than as soon as it was, weren't it? It was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. No time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just laugh nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence, peace-loving nibblers. We're not bludgers. Fuck, I'm trying to read half their lines. We are, Nash, we are. Now you even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. You just said that, so you clearly like us to believe. There, come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? These guys should be immediately, like, dismissed. These guys have took a gun and shot Saints alive. They fired a gun, you say? Ugh. Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? Armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. They shot the great Mr. Holmes. Hang 'em all, sir! I heard that actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. Hang 'em all! Great Holmes, that's beyond the pale. Hang 'em all! Alright, I didn't question. This pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Suspicious contents rapidly gave them away. Hee. When searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. Court will hold this weapon as evidence. Skulkin Brothers' gun has been entered in the court record. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes. Here see you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on the gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. Prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Objection! Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. Objection! However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. No, this creates a fucking bizarre scene. Yeah, that's why the last case was weird. Randomly, I'm like, oh, I talked to this person who's not has nothing to do with the case. Yeah, this is weird how it's no longer admissible now. I don't fucking understand, because last case we suddenly put the Garadev's, like, yeah, we suddenly used the Garadev statements that weren't recorded as, like, the, yeah, it was so bizarre that last case. We randomly, like, showed up with testimony from something irrelevant at the time. The defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim. We had no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. and then ceased to fire that gun before they left Windybanks last night. Court demands all claims affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbrokers that night?
Take that!
Evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigation, discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. I mean, our police are pretty bad. So, you can't really fault us on that one. Well, considering how awful our police are, you know, I don't really trust them either. Well, anyway. Analyze all the blood samples found and recorded results in this portfolio. You claim you have evidence that the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dulling, then counsel present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have there in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm? Saying, wait, what the hell? We're still going on about this?
Take that!
What does that explain? Photographic print taken at Windybanks pawnbroker on the day of the incident. What a scene of the crime is it? Do you really want me to point it? Oh, there we go. I thought the game was gonna ask me to point to it. Are you serious? It's like right there in the middle. It's not a bullet hole, and if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. Incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. It indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. That's convenient. Why isn't it irrefutable? The defense believes. Credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbroker's that night. So the guy was in his shop at midnight just to turn the fucking paper. It's a meme. Order out the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zig. You figure you'd do that when you enter the shop in the morning before like work, not fucking wait until midnight to fucking do it. You mentioned when he first met him, does he just not go to bed or something? But why? Is that the direction my learned friend wishes to take, and the prosecution has no objection? What? Oh. You'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in disgust at repugnancy exposes. Remember in Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone would get bored if someone used the exact same spell card or monster every time. Oh yeah, it was in the movie. The bad guy uses, I forgot what he uses, some shitty monster in all 3 duels, whatever. And you're like bored. By the end of it, you're like, use a new card. My hollow chalice card. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. Like the bold bodies they claim, they opened fire on new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh? What is there, Governor? You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal, you ain't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky, set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Forensics knew their testimonies will almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Let's see now. Well, I learned a Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. What fact do you refer to Lord Von Zeeks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes. Clearly, these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ew. Other words, these 2 men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. That's it. What the hell? Is that you guys? Is that chat's fucking thing? That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. No, we didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget attempted murder. They're dead. They're both dead. Hang them on the gallows. Alright, next. And they're poor people, probably. Alright, get them on the gallows. Alright, next person. What a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Seeing the man patronize the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? To wow his face down, carve the cameras. Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering of eccentric machinery. Eccentric says who? Not me, don't give me that look. Installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Some of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Where is that counsel has the appearance of a photographic contraption? As your lordship surmised, indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. They being if a thief were to break in the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Whoa. Prosecution obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Dun dun. Dun dun! Court will observe copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. There are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Don't worry, it will conveniently be murdered around the 30th minute. Refer to court blender premises. Respect positions are here and here. Jesus, summer storm will 13 months. Say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see. How would that help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of many 30-minute intervals? I can only pray the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hey, that's a bit of fried tuck, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did you your trespassing begin? Oh, it must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Wow. What the monkey gun? Oh no! Well, throw the book at her. Alright, this case is over. Doesn't even fucking matter. That's attempted or armed burglary. Alright, she's dead. Alright, next case. Good lord. Alright, we're fucked. Alright, sorry. That's game over. It's the defendant. She's dead. Poor person fucking armed robbery. It's already over. We're dead. It's Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, this case is over. Alright, next case. Next case, we're fucked. Accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing either to open the door to a storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine events that unfolded. I will take this photographic print as evidence of you, please, counsel. Photograph of Gina. I don't believe it. Jenny. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Whitney. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand in 1890, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. So wait, this is like, so is this 1900 then? We're trying to figure out where the, okay, so it's after 1880 for sure. That's 1902, okay, yeah, okay. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Okay. Yes, Mr. Foreman, what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like, and here am I now leading this small squadron, 6 men all good and true. And we all go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we were to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? That was quick. Matter of speaking, yes. This is the Garadeb Squadron position, sir. But now it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court men on the double. Lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions too. I think you'd find the truth's clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. It's truth now. Undeniable. Stop. Very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well, I now call upon each member of the jury. The state is or leaning in this matter. Now it's your considered verdict to the
Guilty.
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 What? You don't even remember what we're talking about.
Guilty.
Fuck you guys. You guys aren't even listening to the case. Suck my dick. It does indeed appear the jury's unanimous in its leading already. Photograph must be the definitive evidence Gregson mentioned. Jenny didn't shoot him. Yeah, she only carried a gun, pointed it at the victim, and then robbed him. Yeah, we're fucked. She's hanging no matter what. Of course not. My lord. Defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, all members of the jury ready. Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. If you wave a gun around in front of a fucking shopkeeper or bank teller, that's armed robbery. It doesn't even matter. You don't even have to point it. But odd one, I just like waving my gun. It's my right. It's not what it looks like. I was saving his life. He was gonna shoot himself in the head. I grabbed the gun. This is the exact time I pulled it from his hands. If anything, I saved him with this gun. Ammunition still loaded in 5 of the raw 6 cylinders, which tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly, bullet that hit early, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through the Windy Bank store. I'll make those brothers pay. Don't worry. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. His cylinder is completely empty. Windybank always used to keep this gun in hand in the shop counter, yes. Only ever a single bullet load, I understand. That's right. Keep all the pawned articles that were in the case safe. 1 bullet fired that night. Poor man lost his life. He's protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe. Damn, look how big his silhouette is. We get it, sir. He's a big man. Good God, sir. What's that blob? All the evidence clearly points finger of guilt at this young pickpocketian. As a housemaid, I should like to see all the filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find out if you looked at that photograph in stereo, the truth would just pop out. I've left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Oh no! Mine made up. Stop. Global radio transmission verdict follow. Stop. Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Circumstances of the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which is heard by these witnesses. What mention this print? Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield, young girls on the verge of pulling the bally trigger, bang, bang, bang. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras are supposed to help, not hinder. Right, I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. We'll proceed to summation examination. Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Da, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London sightseeing and would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they're criminals only because how they look. See, isn't he nice? The Skulkin brothers. Da, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That's all I want to say. Fuck you, they shot at me! Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night, alright? Well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding we need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, you know? Jurors are chosen at random from the elements of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it there's a Russian tourist in among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? Yeah, which I knew, eh? I can't change my mind more than half 6 jurors, the trial will be over. Oh, that Ginny would never shoot anyone, yes. So we need to find a contradiction with these jurors are saying and put them against each other. It's ready to go whatever lines have to convince Regina's innocence. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? At least don't meet him like this. Oh, you're that lawyer Chapwell. There's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. Of course, so the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. You know what? I wasn't that lawyer, it was a different Nipponiese lawyer. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough the girl was clapped up. You know what? It was someone else, another Japanese guy that did it. It wasn't me. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. Not for us, that's for dash certain. You know what? Wasn't me. Different guy. Plenty of Japanese guys out there. Suppose not. Of course. There could be no suggestion that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. Really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial. And that's juror number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. Maid's work is never done, not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. Places full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. I say we exterminate them all. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. Corrupt me, all those back slums have been made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. Referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right, I like to keep abreast of his exploit, but reading Rent's magazine between my duties, he does wonders to clean up London streets. I think he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes. A maid. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum and the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor details, the two brothers in the stand just shout, Mr. Sholmes not defended. Minor detail indeed, oh gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Damn filthy poor people, get away from me. Get your unwashed hands away from me. Well, it might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting. You hate to tell. Hang them all! I agree. Hang them all. Damn vermin. Sir.
Objection!
Hang them all, sir. Two statements clearly contradict each other. Let them swing on the gallows. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory. Contradiction. Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have a mouse. Sad Russian music. Juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen, A, B, D. Sir. Sorry, my English still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here's word. Abdomen, the part of person's body contains stomach, other vital organs. This is what you mean. You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. Said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Da, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh no, that's just like a liar game. Oh no, save the mouse. Wow. Lying is wrong, especially when lying is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. That means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? According to the police report, no stolen goods are found, so... Stop it! What the fuck? Shoot him! Enough, I trust no one now. Hang this guy too. Hang the Russians. Not the mouse's fault though, sir. Must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime myself. Alright, hang this guy while we're at it. But that won't pass. Yes, it is, Reno. Easily. Sorry. Print some Hurley's red-handed recorder. Compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half hour later. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut-tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all crimes. Print showing the accused threatening the victim as she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and similarly heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. Print produced by the camera half hour later after the brothers' flight. Wow. Taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. Is it stereoscopic vision times? With my 3D glasses. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. Time to use my stereo vision. Brothers look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. Seems so, yes. Good. Not good. You were right, I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. Think it very important to continue with trial. Not guilty. Yay, well done, Runa. Balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. Must be more than these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. Do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Kindly hand that new photograph print to the bailiff to file as evidence. Oh, shooting photograph entered in the court record. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Stereo vision time. Legal eyes are many dead fish. Must find truth, therefore I say not guilty. See them both at the same time. Probably gonna be some stereo vision shit.
Hold it!
What do you mean look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what, don't you know? Look at the photographic print normally. Looks as though the pickpocket was about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know that fucking cross-eye? That's called a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing two prints merged in one before your eyes. Extraordinary, it's captivating, it's height of monitoring. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only could give me a new perspective in this case, might agree with you. What exactly have you been learning about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Oh, so sorry. Probably tell. I'm a surgeon. Uh-oh, surgeon totally passed me by. Of course, people who conduct surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no! Oh no! My stomach! Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. Oh no! What's this metal thing in my stomach? Is that what you think you left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the ad, let me guess, was it the victim? But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What did he? Surely not. Surely not, you see yourself, don't you? It could be on, yeah, it could be on Holmes. Sure, it's worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. Oh, there's manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, seeing this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Sure, I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. Sure, you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Radio transmission, what do you mean? From the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication of Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take 1 month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. 1,000 miles of cable has been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. Makes my head just hurt thinking about it. Well-informed young lady. Okay, but cable will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmissions future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. The era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? Can't understand that, I really can't. They're just silly toys. What? What? Oh, he pulls out a knife. Damn you, woman!
Excuse me.
The fuck you just say, bitch? Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt you, you're obviously fuming. What you say, bitch? What? You perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark. As if I couldn't guess. No, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, you bitch. I dare you, you fucking bitch. Say that again. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely, I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry, stereoscopes have no practical use at all. Start with the bang bang. Ah! There's a murder in the courtroom! You're just so no. Pardon? I think you'll find viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Obviously gonna demonstrate me eyes, his eyes! He only has one eyeball, sir. It's a giant eyeball that spans both eyelids. What sort of possibilities? I'll take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. Snow Luna, Summer Storm looked like 15 months. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. You're saying you can do this with any 2 Subaru photograph prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. Delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints are both taken at the same camera. Windy Banks and the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work. I understand the principle. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Oh my god, I'm not gonna cross-eye again. That tiny images seem to be saying only a slight shift in position of some objects. Ah, me eyes, I can't. When your brain merges the 2 images together in your head, it notices the shift as it were depth. My eyes, my eyes. Exactly. That small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures is really important. What happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? I hope this gimmick's gone by the next game. Alright. No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Oh. Of course, now I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. Yes, I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Everyone looks like a weirdo. Get away from me, demon! Alright. I don't know, look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Now go on. I can't fucking do it. See, there's a really obvious difference between them. Oh, the lamp. Yeah, the lamp's destroyed. You don't even need stereoscope vision. The lamp was, yeah, there was a broken glass in the, that you couldn't investigate for some reason in the game. Yeah. Of course, there's 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Oh, you're a fucking idiot, Renos. Okay, well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at pictures in 3 dimensions. You don't need to, you banana. Alright, give it a go. Start with. Cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. So I cross my eyes, I make the quill for the pens each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. And I see it properly, Reno, sure. Nee. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things kind of sort of jump at you. Wait, that's what we're supposed to see? What the? It's 3D. That's what we're supposed to see? What the? It's 3D. Everyone's cross-eyed. Yes, yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. So we're going to explain this black magic back with everyone. We're going to see everyone with cross eyes. Why do some of the things that the counter seem to jump at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principles of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even that first gun seems object in the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures. Shows actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Must have been. Hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say, but why the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? What's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. Me, I'm the first idea. You know, it's quite simple. It is. Think 2 step by step. First photograph. Taken at 1 AM, and then 30 minutes later, second photograph was taken. Position some items the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means sometime in the half-hour interval, so I must have tampered with things on the counter. Zookers, okay. So tampered. New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes. I have to go around in circles below here it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. Now the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. Here I know whose response for almost imperceptible shift in the items in the counter. Don't know this one unless it's actually both of them, but they're not. They're both separate.
Take that!
Witness is currently in the center. Oh, okay, it does do both. I thought the witness thing would be like combined. Okay, you could pick either of them. Yeah. Okay. Stop it! Shoot him! Shoot him, damn you! Sniper, take the shot! He's only Russian! Has a hostage, take the shot. Start to agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. Said it's not even time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. Phrase book says dukes mean hands, Lucy lockets mean pockets. Fucking shoot him! Shoot him for fuck's sakes! This is another lie. That's what you're saying. Afraid so. Hold on there, man. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick person after all. Perfect possible she went through the things on the desk. See what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, she was coercing Mr. Winnimac to open the storeroom door. In other words, Strat's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All which points to one thing. Skulkin brothers committed omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pickpocket. Come and gutter trash. Why look any further than the wrongdoer here? Yeah, trash, yeah, garbage, you East End people. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, or worse than a pickpurse. Jesus. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you condemn the defendant on the grounds she's a pickpocket, that would at least be right and proper to the thoroughly scrutinized testimony given against her by two thieves. Well said. I for one like to hear more from that shady pair. Not guilty. Can you all see now? I think you find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen extraordinary potential firsthand. Orally agree, stop. Must purchase after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. Hereby call the summation examination to conclusion of the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. Order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. By the way, what? So on to this rune. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. I don't want to use this stereo shit anymore. Lord Van Zieks will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I'll myself another chance probing her other activities that night at least. I won't stop probing until proving that Gina's innocent. Finn. Wouldn't that be funny? Finn. Like Golden Sun randomly. Finn. Everyone's like, what the? Again? I'll be right back. Some food drink. Order, please. Let's resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I'll be right back while you guys listen to the music. Presume you've heard the defense consummation examination. Oh yeah, Governor. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me get a drink. It's hot as shit in Austin. I'll be right back. Don't worry, they'll die from perspiration soon enough. I do have an AC down. Alright, let me get a drink. Okay. Be right back, comrades. I'll put a fucking blanket or something on the chair, damn you then. Okay. Be right back. again, Governor. The heat won't go away, Dan. It's only the start of August. Okay. Let's fight with honor. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Oh, blimey. This is gonna be hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windy Banks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out with Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Oh, blimey. Not in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How did you figure that out? You will now give a formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. You're already going to the gallows. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Thought worth pondering, perhaps. So no more Gavrier, you a blab or squeal or peach. Legal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did not confuse things over, we went rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, so you made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lama, you didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shoe that come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into them in the black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see, we never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense accusation. Did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question. Oh, not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Oh, sorry. For their own mission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. How they panicked and fled, hearing the gunshot and first made good their mess. Well, you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be coincidence these men showed up Windy Banks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Like a few things over on rifling for nothing.
Hold it!
That's the case, why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? You know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nash, wait, if we made something like that, people think we was up no good. Say it, Ringo, me old China, what? We don't land ourselves in even more trouble. In fact, now as a relative line in your previous testimony. It's exactly what you've done, land yourselves in even more trouble. Well, that's rotten luck. Says a rotten apple eater. And this is explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? Never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right? More like we tied the place up. Sorry. Was when we heard the gunshot, so you made us both jump off and fly. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, I shocked one of us that much, yeah. The big bag of nerves needs to keep its shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Big brother, you screamed like a bloomin' baby, fell over on the counter, knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull and whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette woods, walked over a picture frame, what knocked over skulls on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What the racket me granny would have been scared back in the grave at a clatter like that. Sure, the gunshot took you by surprise. That time it was quiet as a mouse and all of a sudden,
right?
bang! What? Assassin?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Something to add about their testimony. Seeing the react just now what Mr. Skulkin said that make you think of something. Probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? Claim that you heard the victim shout something before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I feel like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? Discover a witness's testimony is any more sloppy than proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment bear against him. Easy peasy. Get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all come back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Ah, right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, I heard the voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. Did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, I had a kind of waving voice before the yelling all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Do it. No, do it. Bang. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. Where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could, from the other side of the door behind the counter it was. In the storeroom where the victim was found dead. Voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On me granny's life, of course it was. On me granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean... that you both knew Mr. Windybank from the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? The what, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. No, we just didn't know the geezer. Oh, am I supposed to die when the bloke in our fancy club is given us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job as granny's dead. Summarize, and immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Might sound like we're clumsy. The way we tied it up after, like, little good boys, or good little boys, the way I see it. Look, would have owned a place that owned a gun, so you should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Wait, what?
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet it was a sight, eh? Them two waving guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, man. More of an empty threat, you could say. Windybank was known to keep a revolver and a shotgun at all times. People say to protect the articles he's keeping, he'd gladly put a bullet in someone's head if required. Not someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger over the other night. Only person he's gonna shoot was beat him to it, cooked his goose proper. Now he wish he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." It's directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. More or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bang. Do it. No! kind of thing. Yes, Kieran Acton is very tragically missed. We had the shadow sewn in the deck. Part of his thing went dead quiet. After that, we done slapdash job tidying the place up. Mommy didn't have to be afraid we'll sing the shoe to come in the door and get us snacks, okay.
Objection!
Wrong one. Oof. Please don't mind me.
Objection!
Oh, yeah, it was okay, whatever. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov, you got the picture. Oh yes, Nash, yes, no question. That the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows. So Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense's failure to establish the photograph print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue the cross-examination, counsel. Heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin's never skulkin. Just owned the place holding a gun, so he could have fired instead of yelling for go away. And that didn't count for anything.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then. On your life. It went definitely quiet after that, it did. Put the wind up anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Let's give it was from the inside. Fine, I'll look on the mirror so real fast. Let's no way knowing what was going on there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. You have to cut and run before we know anything like that. Still cutting our teeth in this game to see one day. You really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. As we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Kina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. Confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have you when they want to. Why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, because it's true, ain't it? It was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. Correct? But you just said they saw. You've got it, Mr. Down to a T. Oh, so the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it, that's folks on their testimony. What is it really? You look very fierce. I'll pour you some herbal tea if you're tired, thank you, but I'm fine. It's such a logical thing, I'd probably laugh. Here, some of these brothers are still hiding something important, nothing more than a feeling now. No proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times, sorry. Here's expression, the movement of their eyes, yes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it, come up with a feeling like you described. Clearly there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts, sirs. Thank you. Last thing, she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Doing something different here. I wish you could skip faster. Yeah, press B, make it faster. Okay, that one is long.
Hold it!
Yes, or upon you fire a shot from your own gun, Herlock Sholmes. Oh yeah, he was a bit nasty there. It wasn't nasty, which was, truth be told, he was shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. Shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. When your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but patient looked dodgy to the coppers, so they clapped the derbies on us like winkling. After you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? And well, yeah. Listen, that proves, doesn't it? If we can do it again, or it doesn't work.
Objection!
I have to do it twice. Oh no, it doesn't work.
Objection!
I have to change the time frame.
Hold it!
I'm going to lose a lot of points here. I'm trying to figure out.
Objection!
Damn you! Don't shake your head at me, I'm sorry, Counsel, but I failed to see the connection. Yes, yes, so. For the heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from the wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you want to wear? But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. Pop your 2 prints in your style with C, and then when you look through the eyepieces, see the image in 3 dimensions. Pointing is right position of the 2 prints. Don't know came with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really fascinating. Oh, look at that, it's totally changed shape just from one button press. Well, that is what the button's for, you know? Just like Curly, you boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Oh, now you can see it really stereoscope, can't you?
Objection!
I'm gonna throw away all my points. I already did this one. Consider implication as a statement for a moment, shall we? Shakes his head, alright, I'm at the reload. Spoiler, we'll see. I'll just reload for my HP.
Objection!
Oh, what's this one? Yeah, there we go. Saying, on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Got a gov, you got the picture. He has Nash, he has no question. Yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, you what? Go on, Bennett, that ain't right. No question, the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, it was found in the accuser's hands. Well, Tuller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bang. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Hey. The crime had taken place as you colorfully described in your testimony would give rise to an undeniable significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Shot in the back, right?
Take that!
According to the testimony, witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happened almost simultaneously, so been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, me in the moment of death, the victim and his attack would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Sculpin. But it's the God's one's truth. It is, Nash, it is. When we shot that night, shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. He saw with our own bleeding eyes. They hear you right just now. You actually saw Mr. Wood in the bank holding again, but then they said they didn't see him. It's so dumb. Something like that might have slipped out. These guys shouldn't even be, like, on the stand anymore. They're out. Ladies and gentlemen, you all heard the admission by these two witnesses on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which could only mean, despite their testimony on the contrary, the Scarlet brothers have must encounter a victim in person. Nash, just hang him. Just have the stupid public say, hang him on the gallows, sir. Order. What else is explain yourselves at once? Well, thing is, they weren't supposed to, What's saying that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear false witness would be the death of you. Terrible shame, double death. Double swinging on the gallows. Understand you replaced the untruths to original testimony with renewed lies. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what you do to us. Just fucking kill them both. Like, I don't understand. He, who are they talking about? You don't mean he. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You don't mean him. You won't talk, there's no other option available to you. Sniper! Sniper! Hey! Him. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But he'll have a guts for garters. You don't mean he. Him. Case hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Truth will come out. Planning questions now. Apparently you brothers met face to face with the victim. I say we kill everyone who pushes people. I say we hang them all since you guys are so happy to kill the 15-year-old. Hang them all, I say. Damn serial pushers. Well, you testify again and explain the precise circumstance in which this meeting took place. You could push me, sir. Could push anyone here, sir. Well, do we have to? Pain of death. Stress you make yourselves fully aware this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Counter with the victim. Oh, he's just got inside the gap and he had a sigh of relief and the geezer sewed up his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew like as he was possessed. Thought we had it. But old geezer bloke was strong as an ox, he chucked me over the counter. Pulled me gun on him, then he legged it through that door in the back room. Never had nothing to do with killing him, that's what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. No one would believe their credibility at this point. It's like, we might as well just throw the witnesses out. But honest governor this time. This time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, the counsel of defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and he sighed relief and the geezer showed his mug. Bring me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew us like it was possessed, thought we had it. But no, geezer, the bloke was strong as ox, chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Now that you mentioned the counter in previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. Knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over the scales in the floor. So in fact it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock this thing off the counter. Well, a big bruv there went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, and the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street. Ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Windybank, he did everything good to protect the shop. This is weird, because that means, yeah, it means he walked out of the room Ginny was in, even though Ginny had a gun earlier. And then he ran back and I pulled a gun on him, yada yada, legged it through that door and
Hold
put it
it!
back. Turned in to shoot Mr. Windybank. Oh no, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? It's been flat and don't forget. The man who shot was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom and he pointed a gun at him, That's it. Shot him away, ran through that door and shot himself in. There's something about that last one. And that doesn't quite ring true. I don't know why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom, what? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him. The gun. Yes, that's right. Ginny allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him, of course, to open the storeroom, in which case, how did the gun end up in the Windybank's hands again? No idea, but that is strange, isn't it? So inconsistent it could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Boy, there's me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right, me and me brother here. How'd the dude kill him? What happened, I swear?
Hold it!
So he had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov. Nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, did he? Locked it was from the inside. You know it was who tried to open it. Decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. Sole person who could possibly shot the victim, the accused. It's Gina Lestrade. Indeed appear so. What do you say to that, Counsel? I don't know. Anyone else apart from Gina could possibly shot? Mr. Windybank. Mr. Sculpin. What? What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night? The course of this trial changed completely, did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? I believe on the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Got my attention? In that case, let us return to this planet of premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what are the other possible answers to the question of who shot the man could there be? Oh, Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court. It's back to two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Namely, on what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Alright, Rena, I'm not entirely sure. There's one thing I am sure about. Prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. Now, time for some clarity. Show the court and this plan that answers the question posed by his lordship. If someone where the person could have fired the gun. I'm assuming from inside the other room, but...
Take that!
Defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. Uh-oh. Answer the second question. Assume the culprit fired from location indicate where was the victim at the time.
Take that!
That man. Culprit shot the victim in an outside storm. How come every time we show the victim on this little thing, why is he wider than the other guy? Is that the only thing we know about him? He's just some fat guy? Why couldn't he also be a stick figure like the other one? Continue. Moneybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Look at that stain of blood on the storeroom floor. It doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. It tells us he'd almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. Now, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? They're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to Scott Kinbrad's earlier testimony, pulled me gun on him and then you legged it through that door in the back room. Mr. Moneybank ran away through the door, but the bullets, I would assume the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. He's brother had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. What do you think of it? Do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to find in Scotland Yard's coroner, report states the bullet entered the body on a rise and diagonal trajectory. Means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter height than himself. Poor man shot while he was running as fast as he could. No, fat man, run! If only it was Chubby Boomer. Chubby Boomer would have been outside the fucking street. He'd be like in the next town. Chubby Boomer, what? He's making a break for it. And then the criminals would be like, where'd he go? He's so fast. What was that fat blur, sir? He'd have been leaning forward as he's running away, so even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body upward trajectory. This comprehension isn't necessarily someone short of Mr.
Objection!
Moneybank. Sure, my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. The victim was shot as he fled into the room. Also claimed his corpse is dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, or someone else could have locked the storeroom door. Thought so. Then counsel, present your hypothesis to the court in the scenario just described. That's assertion is the victim was shot from the outside storeroom. You guys who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Mr.
Objection!
It's absurd. You're suggesting the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. Honestly, if this was a trial by the people, those two thieves would be dead. And then they'd take a little bit of sympathy on the girl. It wouldn't even matter at this point. Those two are fucking dead. They're dead men walking. Such act will only serve to tighten a noose around her neck. Inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Ah, yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? To say she was scared from the shooter and then passed out. Half-baked notions, no place in my courtroom. Counsel, remember that, please. Of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door. Quickly as I could, I mean. Fat man just got shot. Those two burglars just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Mrs. Stroud and Mr. Moneybank were in the storeroom together. Well, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Moneybank must have heard the intruders break into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. Your theory is correct. That would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. And then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! No, fat man! No! In the back by the bullet, Mr. Moneybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. All we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ask where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer among us who just murdered Mr. Moneybank. As soon as that thought struck Mrs. Stroud, she slammed the door shut and locked it. Let her save her own life.
Hold it!
Oi, but we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. Alright, just fucking hang these guys. Christ, what a joke. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In a court of public opinion, these guys are dead men. They fucking shot Sherlock fucking Holmes. They're dead men. These guys aren't making it out of here. Only one logical conclusion here, Mr. and Mr. Sculpin. Your new brothers had every opportunity. Being the true perpetrators of Windybank's murder. Why did it get... Well, where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known those three brothers looking shady as a dense forest. That's amazing, Luna. All members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever and probably the last. I think you've done it. Should we have to give a verdict or not? Okay. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Is he about to throw a bottle? What? He's gonna use this chalice trap card. What's this now? He's laughing. Find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zeeks. I found the defense argument was persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? Hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, incredibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. What? Trap card. Fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of your logic's failing? That's the gun. I say Lord Von Zeeks might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, Fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets! Oh dear, you noticed then. What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Correct. First, that which hit the victim in the back and then his life. Second, which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. Defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. By chopper on it, so now back 29 months. But which injured Mr. Holmes appears to have passed through his body straight to calendar. Lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Sculpin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows a single bullet fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend, or are we going to be your normal friend? You yourself told the court only moments ago. These two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Goodness, I think you'll find. Single bullet fired from the brothers hit Mr. Holmes, it means. Windybank not shot by a machine gun. Stop, only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. This Nipponese street performer presented an obstinately credible argument, however. It's never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Oh, I just sneezed. No, don't shoot! Order. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. The rabble! You unwashed masses, maybe you'll clean yourselves off with the wine. You rabble. Lord Van Zeeks. This court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. Try him as an adult. No, the person in dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Oh no! Oh no, the super face-down card. What? It was played before this duel even started. Oh no! Not that case. Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question with loathsome intent. Oh no! Super trap card. But this was from a different duel. You can't use that card here. You can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I fear no! In my possession, one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Oh no! That disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGild. It's down the yacht. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGill, it has to be taken in as evidence now. Where's that music box? This McGilded's music box. This. Right here before the hateful murder of Mr. Winnieban, the accused attempted to make off this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. Not of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force or brazen imprudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. No depths which the school would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. It will be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence. Counsel group testimony of defendant's character. To Lord Van Zeeks, I am. Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and I think it was agreed the disc couldn't be used as evidence. What, you can't? What the card's on the ban list. You can't use that card. But the ban list. What's this about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? You don't mean him. It's the first time he said anything to Von Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. It's on the ban list. You can't play that card. Inspector, I'm prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. But it's a banned card. You can't play it. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Or bailiff. Or bailiff, yes. He's about to be entering the court. Right? You can't do it though. It's a banned card. Prosecution established accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. No luck, this is blood, yes, you're right. Small smear, but definitely blood. Gosh, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Huh. My time to shine again, here we go. Dun dun, what color is it? Alright, hold stuff that disc, Bruno. This done quickly, Iris, in a flash. Dun dun. Wow. Dun dun. Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. Wait a minute, that means that guy. Oh no! What is it? It's just that green, it. Not the first time we've seen that color, is it? It's the blood that was in the wall. That means that person could be that person. Mr. McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago. Isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name's doing in the back of this disc. It's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Oh yeah, he did run out of the room before, yeah, weirdly. Okay. Wow. And gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. The jury on my side for once in all 5 minutes. You can't play a banned card! Come on! The bigwigs, the council say it's forbidden. Wasn't even for 5 minutes, you know, my lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Stumbling about a bit of a fog uptown, I've truth be told, all of a sudden. Answer's bally obvious to me and my man, only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, present your liens to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
You can't play that
Guilty.
card. It was banned.
Guilty.
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 That's quick. The card was on the ban list. You can't play that. Consensus among the jury, it seems. You have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. Are you shitting me? You had evidence that it was like irrelevant. That's bullshit. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. I still have that card. There's more to this case than we realize. Must be because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank without it just beyond any doubt. Alright. Well, we will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garadeb Squadron primary for action, sir. Very good, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant be guilty. Jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns, monkeys. Get away from me! Would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. After matters rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black, when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw I'd be jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Whole courtroom's turned against me. It's not fair, Iris. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's the truth coming out, eventually. Enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Vince's rebuttal. That's a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Only 2 bullets found at the scene. I'd say the whole case is done and dusted. Don't need a stereoscope to see the truth yet. Yeah, no, I never seen this operation. Oh, for fuck's sake, that operation.
Hold it!
Please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir. The defendant's life's on the line here. Meh. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? Blade's homework, sound marked 86 once. No question, the man was shot, but the bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. Quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... Oh, what was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, the Herlock? Oh no, Herlock? Herlock Jones by any chance? Oh, good lord! It was that Herlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon operating Mr. Sholmes. That's right, using the very latest set of techniques I might add. It was fairly major up, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other. Opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, couldn't find a bullet anywhere. Afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Sure, that's because the bullets still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct. Clearly shown in this photographic print. Bullet that the Skalkin brothers fired Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and exited his body and lodged in the shop wall where the calendars hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you consider the problem three-dimensionally. What do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. You saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all. Wow. What? What's the point? The only logical conclusion, the bullet's still somewhere in the man's innards. Exactly why I said about slicing him up, but I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Someone explain how it happened. How somebody please solve the mystery. It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Objection!
Two statements clearly contradict the idea. I pit the jurors. Is that all I do is pit the jurors against each other? Oh, ballistics expert. Pittin, P-I-T-T. Night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skalkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore... bullet was found lodged in a wall shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. Apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. It would explain the mystery. I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Ollie! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road, very narrow and dangerous. Pursuers had hunting rifles and were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. This situation very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. And where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Wow. If it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece very sharp broke away from lump of ice, pierced my body. A deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. That is solution to mystery disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Was it the glass in the lamp? Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. You know, where exactly was Hurley shot again, Amwell? According to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, if that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. Pouch, actually, I might have not noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals they use in an investigation. Okay, we're going here. Magic powder, alright, what really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes is wearing? Oh, well... Fellow had nothing like that on his person when we were at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zeeks. I realize it's forbidden for the prosecutor to interject during the summation examination. I should form the defense that I have the pouch in question at the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. Thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it's been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case. Thank you, I guess. Personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, extremely unconventional during the summation examination. Must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Oh, I see. Pouch is worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken, the leather around it scorched black. Almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, a bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. The glass file exploded and caused the fellow's injury. The bullet did not penetrate victim, but it was deflected into wall of shop. It's weird, how did the blood get on the wall? It's like everything looks so weird. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it appears one mystery has been solved at least. There was no bearing on the truth of this case. The Bunglin and Burglin brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. At least the mystery solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Not guilty now. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. This bearing on a conundrum just solved. The court will now sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Riley's pouch isn't scruffy. Holmes's pouch has been entered in the court record. Pew. Has been smashed to pieces. Presumably this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, it would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion. While Hurley's potions chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work it does. Plus they're quite tricky to handle. Safety at least. They're very dangerous. Oh, sure that when his file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. That's got some like 70 months. Tier 2. Except always walking the right hand side of Sholmes in the future. Left is danger zone. Wait, are you kidding? It's really scorched bandages here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. That's where the bullet hit then. Prosecution's like, doo 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 doo. What bullet? Where the bullet hit then? Let me see. What? I don't see anything wrong here. Look. Now where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's Skulkin Brothers' bullet. What a stroke of luck and hit in this pouch. What an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windy Banks that night. Benedict. Found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Time to press that juror again, I think. Okay, so the green blood, yes. Okay. Mystery solved completely. bullet that was fired from the skull convert's gone on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all, thanks to the thick leather of the pouch he was wearing. Say, Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering when to go to the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. So dear, poor Hurley. Examination appear the defense somewhat struggling in alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time after all. It's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. Sure of it.
Hold it!
Number of bullets as you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns fired and have been examined by the police. Scotland Yard. Parlor maid asked me how many we invited for dinner. I always tell her to count the table settings. That's logical, I suppose. Although, yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like to find china. Does their employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. There's another bullet somewhere which we're unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. What the? Who said there was only 3 bullets? There's 5 bullets. Why, how did Scotland Yard miss all of them?
Take that!
Who said there was 5 bullets in this gun? There was actually 7. Here it is, discovered it just now. In question, Wendy Banks pawnbroker. Another bullet was fired. Fuck, I want to spoil a game. There's a game called... Fuck, there's a game, whatever. There's a scene where the main character plays Russian roulette with a guy. And obviously he's a normie or whatever. And he's nervous after every shot. And then on the 6th bullet, or on the 5th bullet, he fires, nothing happens. And he's basically convinced he's won. MC picks up the gun, shoots himself, no fucking bullet, and then he pushes it over. And then suddenly, yes, the other guy realizes there's 7 fucking bullets, and he has to die. Like, you probably know the game if you've seen that, yeah. So, he fucking realizes, yes, the gun has 7 bullets. And then, yeah, he blows his brains out, because he loses.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery you Nipponese conjure? Where did you find that bullet? Lodge inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Pouch was removed from Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say, shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship surmised. Hit this pouch. Makes no sense whatsoever. Already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired, Mr. Sholmes. Clearly visible in this photographic print. Oh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted in the court record as evidence. That of Mr. Windenbank belonged to the Skulkin brothers. Examination of both guns revealed. Only a single bullet had been fired from each. That must mean... That's right, we now know on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. Who said there was only 3 bullets? However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained. Cannot and must not pass judgment. Nee. We just played Heavy Storm. Nee, as his defenses blow up. Not Heavy Storm. Order, order! This summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. My prerogative in this situation, hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Fuck you. Heavy Storm. Wait, so Heavy Storm is banned because you can hit your own? Wait, is Harpy's Feather Duster allowed but not Heavy Storm? I have no idea how Yu-Gi-Oh works now. Okay, because you don't want to. Or what? So Duster's fucking allowed, but Heavy Storm's not, because it can chuck your own cards into the. Whatever. So it chucks your own cards back into the graveyard. Okay. So dumb. Governor. We listened to proceedings of our defense carried out summation examination. Who was Governor? Who was? Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? What of it, Gov? I didn't make nothing of nothing if it was one of yours. Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance. In that case, do you have an accomplice? Hey, what they want whenever? The Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the two of us, that's our trademark. That's another lie. Can we just hang these guys? How soon we forget poor Sulky. Just fucking hang them. Like, I don't understand why they're like still here. They lie more than Larry fucking Butts, and that guy's like a serial liar. Okay, you guys are like, hanging two good British folk. But then when Russian girl is on the stand, hang them, sir. She could push anyone. She could push even me. Monkus. Damn pushers. Only 2 of the bullets in the crimes originated from the firearms we have in evidence. Third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Oh my, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. Sir, I'd like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. Lord, I think it's clear that what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. It's this one, right? Unless they're still lying. I'm so fucking sick and tired of these guys lying, but... It was the fucking Benedict guy, but was he really in that room? Like, this is so dumb if they've been lying this entire time. I'd fucking hang them both right now. Like, there's no fucking way they'd have been lying about that guy the entire fucking time. I'd fucking immediately hang them. I don't even give a shit if they didn't murder anyone. Christ, I'm so sick of them. I believe it has nothing to do with them. Okay. Hey. Hey, Nash, eh? That's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov. We've established that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. Our conclusion, therefore, is on the night in question, Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Which the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it. It's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Kept summer song like 15 months. Oh, the first one gives the same response. Or the brother working with an accomplice. Accomplice who was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, and all that time there's been not a murmur of a third man. Since apparently Wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. There's another weird thing that happened. When he put in the music disc, it wasn't even decisive evidence or anything. It was just bizarre. Could have just pointed to the code or the ticket or whatever. It's bizarre how he just threw the case there. Fucking he just randomly submits the music disc, which like screws him over. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. Secondly, identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. Again. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, reveal the person's identity. Sponsored prosecution's demands, my lord. The defense is ready to present answers. Defense is ready. Believing all the answers and the prosecution demands. So, my neat bunny's friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. No, because usually in a Phoenix Wright game, they have like several witnesses. There's like a bunch of filler witnesses, and they eventually get to the bad guy. But in this game, they have less witnesses because they do the multi-witness on the stand. Yeah, so the witnesses stay on the stand longer. But yeah, in other Phoenix Wright games, usually they just like have a couple of examinations, boot them off, and then go to the next guy. Promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I'd use every single piece of evidence to maybe make a difference. Case counsel asks you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? You expect the court to write through your papers itself? Be more specific. Claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? Appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. It's a bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain? What witchery is this? Hang them, sir! Witchery! Witchcraft! Good God, sir, someone bleeds green! Green blood cures you for you. Where's the rabble to say, lynch them all, sir? It's court to understand the intruder was some unhuman creature. Good God, Jack the Ripper or something now. It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. She's a wizard, sir. Hi, great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It says, you see, it doesn't have a name yet, though. Fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements of people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood. Yes, everyone's blood's slightly different. I can't believe we're putting this in the court. Untested stuff. The prosecution would immediately say it's not, or testable or whatever. See, because it's made of different elements. By seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to look at blood. Lack of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very excited. Stop. I believe that's what defense attorneys would do. Or defense attorneys would early on try to stop DNA from being useful or whatever. Or they'd say it's like some hocus pocus, yeah, experimental, yada yada. Obviously they can't do that anymore, but Yankee Doodle, some star work max 23 months. Oh no, they would do that, and then the prosecution brings in the expert who says it's a 1 in a trillion chance that it's someone else's blood or something like that, and then they get fucked. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to get away, or you could. Yeah, this would be inadmissible right here. And then the defense would bring in their witness who apparently sucks at math or something, and then saying it could happen. As an example, this one shows blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, striking blow. He's a nobility, sir. So you see the green color of blood stain on the calendar. Shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. I'll hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't? No, it's not unrelated. Date shown on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly. Yeah, I mean, in a way nowadays DNA evidence is like accepted, but I think when they were trying to introduce it, the defense would try to make it sound like hocus pocus or whatever. Well, therefore, we assume whoever was shot on the same day. Whose blood is it? Well, Skalkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering any gunshot injuries. Means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity is the court still in waiting to hear? Can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? How convenient, Egbert Benedict.
Take that!
Man's name is Egbert Benedict. If I were prosecution, I'd be like, who? Who the fuck is Egbert Benedict? Who? Egbert Bennett, who the fuck are you talking about, Council? Who? They had to visit Windy Bank's pawnbroker in the afternoon before the incident took place. Yeah, because in other Phoenix Wright games, usually the bad guy is one of the witnesses or whatever, and then the trial goes to that person. But yeah, in this game, like, we'll just randomly name someone, and they'll be like, who the fuck? When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker to release this article into her possession. That's right. Wow. Man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, and attempted to take the article for the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed the article from you now. Yes, article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, needless to say. Any music box, disc 2. Blonde people aren't evil. Why do you guys think blonde people in a Japanese game are evil? Surely there must be a few good blonde guys. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, can attest to what happened. Yeah, and it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Corroborate this account, Inspector. That's my lord's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windy Bank for a print showing of the fellow. 11 a.m. Can run a one red-handed recorder given his... Yes, that's him talking to Windy Bank that morning. You claim this man is a brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, gov, on me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. Sure, your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. And show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. Filth must be purged. Last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it out, or drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Ready, present your answer to the court then, counsel. Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Where's the man pictured in this photograph print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windy Banks. When the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe this man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. Was following this that a minor incident occurred. Of course, sir, here's a disc for you. Very well. I bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Savage creature. Here's a music box. It's countless small but sharp metal protrusion over its surface. Protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and a resultant smear of blood still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the color. What witchcraft is this? Wizardry is this? Evidence is conclusive. No, it isn't. Man calling himself Mr. Egbert. Okay, it's Egbert Benedict, who was in Windy Banks early in the day. He's an accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime the same night. There was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it's opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the root courtroom to testify. Oh, I would certainly see we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. Protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. Yes, you unwashed masses, yes. A god of detection or some such. You filthy vulgar classes. The unwashed masses, yes, you rabble. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Oh, bloodstain turned a shade of green, what of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Oh well. Chinchilla and Tombstone will come out 53 months. Pray do not even think of suggesting we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Nye. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. The rabble turns their opinion and you would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. What other choice did I have? Remember what Father Christmas over there said before? Well, he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Oh, good grief! What did you just say, young girl? Summation examination decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? The rabble, but they can't decide anything. The rabble, the vulgar classes. So the way I say it, they're unwashed. They're uneducated rabble. The way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. They're unwashed, uneducated rabble. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite a devious mind. It really comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say, or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. It's a show his partner's force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. Not true. Pursuits of this situation from an entirely unexpected source. Must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks for you to final lead-ins in this matter. But they're rabble. It's like, fuck, it's another spoiler for a case, but it's Apollo Justice Case 4. He starts berating the jury. But those rabble can't do the justice system. Those rabble. Sure will come to fair and just conclusions. As if the rabble can decide a case. State your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
The rabble! Unwashed, uneducated masses! Damn! What? Oh no!
Guilty.
Huh?
Not guilty.
What the? Oh. Does there always have to be 2 that say that? I see. 2 called guilty, 4 called not guilty. Such outcome of the summation examination. No, I don't. With all due respect, this is an outrage. They're rabble! Rabble! Prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they're too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. There we go. Rabble, you unwashed freaks. You don't even... Uneducated! Unwashed! The masses! Filthy masses. Sorry, Lord Von Zieg's outcome of summation examination cannot be known. Commoners! That's why you're common! You're out! Savages! Trial will continue. Yeah. Yeah. Nonetheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. Defense has been very reasonably requested subpoena of a new witness. Sadly, I fear that will be impossible. He's gone. Name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. That's when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? Possible. Inspector. Me, madam? Wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one which the gentleman is shown. Wait, what is gonna happen here? Wait, what's gonna happen here? Yes, this one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Are you shitting me? Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You're shitting me. You know this man. Yes, I know him. Yeah, I don't like the thing about this game versus other Phoenix Wright games is they list all the suspects in the game, and then eventually the case goes down to which one of them is the killer. But in this game, like, they need a reason or an excuse to bring in the fucking real killer, because the real killer's not on the witness list or whatever. So yeah, so shit like this happens constantly in this game. Yeah, so the jury system's very bizarre in this way, because we only had like 2 witnesses to the crime. Juror 5, how on earth? Yeah, exactly. I am communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see. Gentleman in photograph is stop. Communications officer, stop. Are you shitting me? Come on! Conveniently, I know his exact name and his location right now. In fact, I'm on the phone with him. Come on! Very talented operator, in fact, stop. Should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. Are you shitting me? He hasn't gotten out of town, doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but oh, he's gone, doesn't feel right. He's not there. I suppose we all imagine it comes to be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night, well. Suppose that's it. Suppose that's why I thought something was wrong. Gentleman's at London's communications station, should be able to make a subpoena with him within the hour. Lord Von Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. Court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, you shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I'd like to hear from you specifically about the events in the pawnbrokery the day in question. Go to my chambers during the recess. Christ, an hour? We're gonna bang or something? Yes, sir, my lord. Very well, court is adjourned till 1:40 p.m. Nah, it's because this game is different from the other Phoenix Wright games. The other ones try to shove all the suspects in a big suspect list, and then it goes down from there. But yeah, the issue with this game is it tries to hide the witnesses until they're needed. So then they have to have some excuse to bring them into the courtroom. Like the Garnadebs, for instance, where like it was weird because we needed an excuse to bring them in, but it was very awkward bringing them in because they weren't on the witness list or whatever at all. 17 favor, 1241 Old Bailey at the chamber. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards our frequent hard shoulders now. No, you ninny, no, no, you guys don't play the other Phoenix Wrights if you don't think this is weird. No, in a lot of the other games, they have a witness list, whatever. In this game, in the last case, the 2 people in the apartment were not on the witness list at all. They weren't mentioned at all, but they somehow had to be pulled in randomly. Yeah. Usually what happens is they would interview the landlord, he would say stuff, and then he wouldn't be brought back until suddenly they realize he's the killer or something like that. But in this game, those two weren't mentioned at all until like much later, and they were randomly pulled in. Yeah, usually they'd interview them like in the court and do an examination, and then they'd like go to the next person, then you'd realize you could go back to that one. Yeah. Ginny. Oh, and there's only one day in this game, yeah. So another problem is there's only one day, so they have to do all of them in the same day, so it's bizarre. Ah, you're right. Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph took my heroes right in a recorder. Didn't think I would have captured a scene like this. That's for sure. Hopeless, anyone sees it gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend there wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Okay. You just cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It's after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Oh, I had the chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 Whitney Banks' place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, down to the Baskervilles. Dun dun. Do you know what it's about or nothing? I can't read. If you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what we don't want people reading. That's how you lied to Iris about sticking a lug with Whitney Banks for safekeeping, at least. That's what I thought at the time. Broken the Windy Banks. I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea of all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside as dark as you like it in here. I gave the oil lamp account a bit of a wick. That's when... What do you think you're doing? Og? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun. Conveniently. Grabbed the gun off the counter, was waving in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The mental script. Have you got it? Yeah. Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story. Beg your pardon. The hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relish this article belong to one of my customers. I don't want it. What will you do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Do. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? And the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. There's there, alright, the mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. Oh yeah, is the Claymore fucking wind useless or good? I don't know how bad or good the next banner is, because it has 2 new people. Did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, and then there was a bit of a kick-about in the main bit of the shop. Skulkin brothers arrive on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. There may be some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. Oh, I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh well, I'll come with you and... Oh, don't be foolish, young girl. Now he's gonna do a death flag. Don't worry, I got this. I can do this on my own. They never kill fat people in these games. Let me just take the gun and I'll stop these intruders. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Do. I got this. And with that, he took the gun out of me and walked back out into the shop. No, Batman! Hung back in the storm, like you said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help see. Just about to go to the storeroom myself when... No, Batman! I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time, and then there he was, right at me feet. Lying face down on the floor. That was quick. I got this, huh? I was in the army one day. He's dead. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Is that whoever shot Mr. Windymac might come for you? Yes, I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. So the weapon banner sucks too. Windybank was a goner, so another have to wait for 2.1. Terrible tragedy. Got funny in me head all of a sudden kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. Must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. I mean, is the new person actually OP or now? You tell the police everything you just told us. Of course I did, they didn't believe a word of it. Said if I was, I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. I'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. I was about to put the real culprit through the mill. Cove was there in the afternoon. Edgar de Benedict. Remember how he looked at me like I was nothing? You was there that night. Wow, blonde, tall blonde male. Evil. Demon. Don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Appreciate your honesty. You what? Leave it in Reno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened to you before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. In McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. You got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. I could never forget that. Oh, what I thought was best at the time. Pain of the error judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget I also made you a promise. Told you I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Well, what if I'm lying? We'd be working together, another killer off the hook for all you know. Yeah, is the killer... Fuck, I know it's a slight spoiler. Is the killer in the second case of the game, is it the youngest killer that's, like, guilty? Because I think every other time a kid or someone young does it, it's actually someone else in the game, right? But is that killer actually the youngest in the series? When you guys apparently missed Les Miserables or fucking Kill a Mockingbird. You guys are like Hanger. Like, did you not see Les Miserables? You guys are like Javert or some shit like that. Fuck it. The law must always be followed, sir. So once in your position, Gina, I was accused in trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange it might sound, circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Vuno, there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend, yay. If only he wasn't pushed. Murdosuke, no one believes you in more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. Watch out, a 15-year-old girl is gonna push you. I was so happy I cried. Even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had absolute unwavering belief in me. Sniper! Nope, instead he just dies because he gets pushed over. In turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him and I wanted to bang him. That was the saddest story I ever heard. Since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So I don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, I'm a no good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that, eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris, we know you better than you think. Come to conclusion, you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. You didn't push someone, so therefore yes, you can go free. If you push someone in these games, kill them all, I say. Execute the entire crew, damn pushers. Narrow do I am. Oh, Maruya cry, alright. Find a Jane Lestrade, legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Of course, thank you. Been both a defendant and a defendant lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. What to wish me luck, Susano-san. Hope you're watching over me too, partner. .41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Get rid of these two witnesses. Why haven't they been executed? Thereby call this court in order to resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. My bond seeks that you successfully subpoenaed the witness. Subpoena was delivered to the communication station when a man arrives immediately, my lord. However, heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Oh, then what do we do? Just jerk each other for an hour? Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson, proceed the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. The police getting it wrong again? Why, yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Well, the defense chemical analysis of the blood scene makes for a compelling argument. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake. My lord, speeded witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Villain. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such a short notice, sir, but of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Surely a rich person would never be evil. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. Apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Occupied sometime like 23 months, yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim my blood was found on the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can be hardly taken as serious evidence. Oh god, is there gonna be a hole in this guy's body? Oh my god. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? Yeah, I believe the only way we can get him to admit it is there's gonna be a wound on him. Because there's no other way to get him to say he was there. Must say I am dismayed for the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It's the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's wills up there, despite them being vulgar, unwashed masses, uneducated savages, unfortunately. Yes, we have to listen to the people. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Yes, savages, these poor people. My golly, fuck this guy. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. It's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with cross-examination. We'll meet again, Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are who? Ernest Naruhodo, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanted. Enchanté. So. Free hat! Wait, that's instead of mystical hat, there was a white hat version, I think. Trust we can conclude this quickly. I forgot the white hat card is. But I'm not holding your flash out while we do. White magical hat. That chef occasion to make use of pawnbroking services. Are you serious suggestion I colluded with these thugs to break into place and as the murder? No intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim my blood was found on the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly take it as serious evidence.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of crime, no question of that. Sholmes' chemical analysis positively identified the substance as such. Oh, I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can be so sure the blood is mine? Could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition. See, in Mr. Sholmes' chemicals, they were differentiate different blood cells. But spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners know about the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin. Hey, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've added up the year with this. How many times I gotta tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, go blimey, Governor. Hey, what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind, your pea-brained mind? Care to share that thought with the court? Why, me thoughts, I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms like that much more, he'll open the wound again, that's all. Jesus Christ, just hang these guys, and holy shit, like, I am disliking these. These are some of the worst witnesses in the series. Jesus. These guys should be fucking hung immediately. All three of them, just hang them all, triple kill. Like, I don't give a shit if they didn't murder anyone. These guys are like atrocious. What wound? These two must be like these guys would have been hung with the. They better be hung after this case. If I see them walking around in game 2, I'll be like, what the fuck is the justice system? Jesus. Well, he took the bullet, of course. Only was 2 days ago. I ain't healed up yet. Okay, so they lied about everything. Like, every single piece of it. So basically, the last, like, 3 hours of this case was just all lies. And, like, yeah, and they're straight up spoiled the rest of it. Like, Jesus. So I was unwell, you know. I was worrying for him and... Yeah, 3 hours of, like, testimony that was, like, all lies. Like, I don't even know if there was a single, like, yeah, thing they said that was actually real. Because, like, the fight over the desk, everything, like, is a lie. They haven't actually said anything. Graydon, did you hear that? That is so bullshit. You just got screwed randomly. What? Comrade is worried about you, it seems. Comrade. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I've no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Now that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. Fuck, the thing is, I knew he had a wound, but I thought it would be harder to get him to that point instead of the guy literally, like, spoiling it. Like, he's so, I don't understand it. Like, they just skipped, like, so many steps. And the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person was likely in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. Left arm you're currently grasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You show no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit such invasion of my privacy. Already said I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Well, now he's just being I'm taking offense at the insinuation I was anyway involved. Oh, you claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement added. No, why is he, like, fuck, why can't he be smarter? That's such a shitty lie to do. Like, he literally just said he was involved, and now whatever. I don't know why he's changing his story suddenly. Like, it's such a shitty lie, because he literally just said he was there. Tell your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Bonley has never had anything to do with the pawnbroker's establishment when a man was killed. What picture is this picture?
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is it supposed to mean something? Disc was until the day of his murder and pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop, being by the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion on the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. Skirmish acquired a disc. Thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. But gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. Refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Now I'm going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb, because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. Would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? You admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take this from the defendant. Yeah, I don't get what's with the picture. Why isn't the picture allowed in the court evidence? We use the picture to get him to testify. But now we can't use it for some reason. Even though it immediately, like, yeah, I don't understand, Sir Graydon. Like, the only reason he's here is because of the picture. Now it's suddenly not admissible. I don't understand. There had been misunderstanding. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. Disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking I might own out of pawn? What? Would see, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. I liked case 3 very well, but some of them are sort of memey. I guess it's funny just seeing how memey it can get. On the bright side, the investigations are fairly short, I think, in this. No one did saying for Miss McGilded, but the item was... Somebody says this is so dumb. Sure, like, has someone else's name, it was under someone else's name. It's actually mine, really. It's mine, sir. If anything, my other name is McGilded. They always call me, something Graydon McGilded. Yes, that's me. That's me. The redemption ticket was stolen by me by the accused of filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. At the end, of course, the disc was taken by police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist. I perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one in the same. Good lord, Mr. Grade, are you saying that Mr. McGood and yourself are acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Us rich folk have to be together. Oh, Darwell, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. Colonel Gina told us the disc was placed upon a fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit at Windy Banks. Finding Mr. Grainer's claim the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. What? Bacala. So he appeared that after at Windy Banks in order to get his hand on McGill's disc for some reason. Let's see, we'll commence our cross-examination, please. Noted this saying for McGilded, the item belongs to me! For McGilded Graydon! Damn you people! That's mine! Care to explain how this belongs to you? I use an alternate name, McGilded. As you will observe, a communications officer myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on errand. That is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, in my haste, I clean forgot. Music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. When I met Mr. Guild at a gentleman's club in the city, I was interested to discover he shared my penchants in that area. So the disc in question, pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. Then you forgot that was in the pocket of the overcoat that has blood on it. You were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deeply here, Munkus, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Are you serious? Really? Does that fucking matter in this country? It fucking clearly doesn't. Oh no, but Munkus, she'll be a perjury, Munkus. Oh no. Okay, suddenly now it's a problem. Alright, Munkus. What do we do, guys? If we reveal that, she'll be perjury. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know. So dumb. This is complicated notice, isn't it? Those guys lied their ass off. Now we care about perjury. Not anything but that. Let's leave it alone for the time being. Monkus. They were stolen by me, the filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
Say, Miss Lestrade, lifted the ticket from your pocket in a bag. That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Lestrade's did no such thing. Of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. Came to the pawnbroker that day, prepared with all the information needed to identify the defendant you were looking for. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilda's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense. Concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Commence my testimony for what possible use it can be. Take at once to the shop and I'll explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. When you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. When I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once and will reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
In the end, the disc was taken by police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, that was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilder as evidence.
Excuse me!
Wait, that's my job? Oh no! Something wrong with Spencer. Wait, we had that? Wait, that's my case? Well, what do you mean? That's mark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should all know about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Von Zieks? Suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Something else going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zieks here. Well, it would appear the inspector has revealed all he's at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. No, there's no reason breaking the shop later.
Hold it!
Perhaps you'd seen something of value on the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. Value is brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves is common or garden bric-a-brac. There's something missing though, or that should have been on the shelves. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later today in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc, but the police had. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc. I recall it had been seized by the police that afternoon. No more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. No, he did. So there was nothing McGilded left in the shop that night. Nothing this man would represent that. I wonder if that's really true. You know, if you have some evidence, then I'm at it. Dying to see that irritating assured expression of his crumble. Kid had slipped the disc in his coat pocket as deposit Windy Banks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on the suspicion of the omnibus murder, threatened Gina forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left by McGilder as well. So Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. Trixie's been very strange about all this. Must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon's lying about his testimony. Sees the bank's phonograph writer redemption ticket is written very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper so to use anything at the end. It's hard to know what's on the front, what's on the reverse side now.
Objection!
This was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGilder's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker that night. Wrong, Taya. What? Trap card? Sorry, my learned friend. Oh, what the? No, he didn't. Oh, the gallery would be like, oh, no, he didn't. My learned friend, but that's not true. What? My learned friend. Mr. McGilder had another article in the Pond at Windy Banks, as a second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilder in the Windy Banks pawnbrokery. The reason he broke in the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Those two should have been taken off the stand. Those two sole purposes there. Convict the third guy. It's a second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. You suggested I broke into the pawnbroker of these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I would simply walk into the shop and purchase it. No, absolutely no reason. Absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Here, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, Graydon fellow needed the small marks that very night.
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Banks pawnbrokery. And the rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir, we're gonna need the stereo shit. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. The other one, red-handed recorders again. Previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. Nah, it's just a call-out, so I haven't put it in voice acting for these games yet. Original establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. There's a chance the next one could have it, but I'm unsure. Because the last game wait, is Spirited Justice the newest one, or is it the second Great Ace Attorney? One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winnebank received his customers. Okay, so the next game in this is actually the newest game. Okay. And was it like 3 years ago? And the other was set to capture the shelves in which articles placed for sale once forfeited. Okay. Last game released in 2016. Okay, 5 years then. So yeah. So there's a chance in the 5 years they could just add voices. Goated small box been forfeited already 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Means it would have been in front of the been on the shelves of forfeit items in the shop front. Now, there is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Time to use our 3D glasses, but sir, time to cross-eye everyone's poogers time. Victim certainly had a full shop, it would appear. And we have another print. One was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Clearly nothing moved, but if we use our 3D, I still think that box in the bottom right was always suspicious looking. I see, so we have two pictures to compare. Oh, it was moved! I fucking knew it! I always investigated that specific fucking box. Cause that was the one that obviously, like, was the box. Yeah, it is the bottom right box. Christ. Yeah, the box is way too obvious. The police didn't find anything. Christ, aside from the obvious small box there. Christ. Yeah, I knew it was that box. I kept trying to investigate it, but apparently my character's a moron. Yeah, it was very obvious that box. Oh, we couldn't find it, sir. There was no small box. I mean, the small box is like right in front of you. What small box? This is some fucking Westworld shit. They just cannot see it. That's a startle and make my head ache. Obviously at Scotland Yard we consider theft as one possible move for this case. Explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. And I've already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. Don't tell me you saw nothing. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. Blazo Doom service time went back 2 months. Yard's conclusion, it's exactly the same number present in both. Ooh. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. My learned friends, assertions nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I would just have shown he'd stolen McGillicud's pawn box. Did they look in the boxes? Might have been able to break them down at last. You know what, Bruno? Oh yes, stereoscope. Been thinking. Wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. They aren't, you banana. Counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim establishment. Except the prosecution's assertion. I don't know. Could there be something, a hidden discrepancy between these photographic prints? Sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? Nanny? What box? Identify location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of discrepancy which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. Alright, everyone go cross-eyed. What? What don't you? Two vectors stereoscopically. It's magic, sir. Magic. Single area stands out being different. There was no. That's the location of a small box. There was nothing there that's valuable, sir. You mean what about the box with the gemstone on it? Not valuable. Everyone's looking at me. Wait, unbelievable, everyone. Sacre bleu. My Jove, you're right, extraordinary. Everyone, cross-eye. Me next, me next. What tells us this is very simple. Mr. McGillicud's small box was D not stolen from Windybanks the night in question, however. No doubt. Somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Suggestion: the small box originally deposited for Mr. McGillicud is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographs.
Objection!
Wow. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? The box moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means, quite simply, But nothing has changed. Oh my god, is he really using this defense? He literally just called what the item was. Maybe if the item wasn't a box, but like a stand or something, and then if you break it open, you see it. But is he really trying to say nothing was... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? I should just start being racist then. Well, here in Japan, we have boxes, and you put stuff in them, and he's like, what the? My learned friend. So here in the East, we use something called a box to hold things. Maybe you savages in the West don't know about it. Crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. You'd be like, what the? A box? What is this technology? In other words, you have to consider what it might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Bagana. I'm suggesting that we do examine that box as soon as possible. Is there gonna be a gun in the box? Oh my god, it's gonna be something stupid now. Did he place the gun in it? Vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
Won't be necessary. Some little box belonged to a man who died 2 months ago. Can't possibly be relevant to this trial. What could you possibly do with a box? You just put it on your table and that's it. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer at Baker Street once. What can a box do? You just put it on your table and that's it. Obtain the small box in question, bring it here for further examination. You can't do anything with a box. Maybe you can turn it upside down, I guess, and put it on your table. Possible as if we could do anything with a box. We shall report within half an hour as everyone looks at each other. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I think it would have been better if the object wasn't a box, but something that like had a hidden compartment or something. Instead, like I don't even know why he's like confused by this point. I think they did that in a few. Yeah, they did that in a few. Or I think it's literally in the first case they do something like that. Yeah. Not like specifically this idea, but the fact that he's apparently confused at what a box does. Beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponi's specialty, it would seem. We'll have pudding items in a box. Only you Eastern scum would do that. What are you trying to say? My learned friend is persistent with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. It's a box. You can't do anything with a box. Everyone has boxes. Damn you people. Why would I steal a box? I have many boxes. Lord that recalls Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial which he was found not guilty. Trial which it was established he was the upstanding member of society's reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. Black overcoat just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift for such things to me. Now, it does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGill is rich enough. Can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution argues undeniably compelling. It's incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Be able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case. What the fuck is going on here? I don't get how we're getting reverse Uno. Huh? How am I getting reverse Uno'd? I don't understand. Huh? What about the picture? What about everything else? What's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know Miss Gilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. We explain it all to the courtroom at this point. We'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh no. God forbid someone lied on the stand. No! Gina would have to end her life. Terrible tragedy. Perjury. No! Her life would be ruined. At this point, who would want anything to do for her? Ginny. Would it be Von Zeke knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us, Soren. What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runa? Sooner or later, truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of things that McGill paused from Mr. Windybank. Some of that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chance of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? My lord, defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits around with Mr. McGilded's small box, I'd like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. Defendant, you're mad? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information related to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness here from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. Court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you good day, sir. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. How dare you do perjury? How dare you, demon! Burn her at stake. But sir, we've moved past witch burnings. Burn her. Damn Purgis. Who would dare lie on the stand? Articles from Mr. McGilder deposit Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial which occurred in the courtroom 2 months ago. I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of defendant Mr. McGilded. Omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Now here we all are again, the same players in the trial facing each other once more. I think I just like how they wrote the case. I say the two guys should have sold out the third guy. Like, they should have been threatened they would be the ones getting guilty verdicts or whatever. But instead, they did it really poorly. I don't know if it's because of the mechanics of this specific game, but yeah. Those two should have immediately sold out the third guy when they were threatened or something. Yeah, it was really dumb how they leaked the answer instead, yeah. Like, it would have been better if they just pitted them against each other. And then it would be their word against his word. But instead, yeah, most of the trial has been like filler. I mean, they're still gonna get killed by the third guy. Like, they literally blurted out he was there. Twist of fate, perhaps, my Nikonese friend. Let me recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. What a fool. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was a prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. The body then being dropped through the skylight in the carriage below. And Miss Lestrade's testimony brought that possibility to light. Time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, over the pickpockets unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, I've been acquitted of the murder. Miss McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances dwell. A story that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, is indeed as the omnibus murder itself. Be as it may, I recall neither this nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Can you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, it transpires you willfully withheld information trial 2 months ago. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Okay. Although let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jenny, don't listen to him, please. You have to trust Reno now. Yes. We're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Seeing that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. Must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth's happening here. Well, it appears Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which have yet and hitherto unaware. Miss Lestrade, I'll give her testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, the commonality sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's gonna come out. Like Von Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. Let us duel with honor. Real truth, the omnibus says. True, his brickmaker cove in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Then the Irishman dragged me out of under the seat. I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call off the slops. That's when McGilded subbed the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing known about what I've seen or heard. Good grief, that's outrageous what you've just told the court. There's almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness, my learned friend, are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. McGilded fellow was rotten to the core just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it on together. How come they believe it? I don't understand. I mean, I hate rich people too, but how do they automatically believe it now? Yeah. Okay, so now they know for sure she's telling the truth. Okay. Yeah, suddenly. Yeah, they're wrong. A lot of you, Mr. Narrow, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. They really stitched everyone up in early. What an operation to get the man off scot-free. I think it will stop, though. Let's have to stop. Vince made a terrible error of judgment and intend to take full responsibility, suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, prior to the court allowing the witness to elaborate on her testimony, please, the true significance of Miss Migoda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. Situation's utterly deplorable, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. Decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. I don't understand. Whatever. Why is he getting punished for defending his client? Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Oh, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. No truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, Brickmaker closed the cab in the omnibus the entire time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. Suddenly I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call it swaps. Mick had slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout, threatening me not to snitch, not saying nothing, no one where else he heard.
Hold it!
Pawn shop obviously in Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion in a pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Dude, Lord Von Ziegler. Oh, okay, we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. You forgot? You know what? I forgot that I randomly left the crime scene for like 20 minutes and then ran back. I just had no idea. Gilda took off his coat, gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's gotta be worth a few bob? Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than the spirit wouldn't bank to stash someone that she. I remember quibbling with him over the price that happened at the pawnbroker. Driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Bogtrotter called to me and told me to come out of the driver's cabin.
Hold it!
Then you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there's one other thing he said. Which was... Told me I'd have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me, well, 2 months passed. I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it luggage, stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. Really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Positing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. It seemed to be only one logical explanation, my lord. McGill had had the driver deposit Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It couldn't be easy to tell the truth like that. Gina needs putting her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once the trial's over. We need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. I'm gonna really go for it. Pat rest on her every statement, I suppose I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Is he about to walk away with diplomatic immunity? He's about to walk out of the room. We can't stop him. Strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
I'm in the cabin at time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strad? Remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. That's right, it's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Excuse me!
Can I tell them to stop? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Graydon? Dead Ponder Storm with my 28 months. Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Wow. Blimey, trying to give me a heart attack. We've been whispering to each other quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion with this fella. Oh, the other one, Sunshine. You think I'd got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncuffed detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time and cross-examining Gina as if they've been negotiating. Everyone, kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while witnesses giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Strahd, continue with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
We have to go through this. Riley's George climbing under the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances? I do know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but I had to say. I think it was about money or something. Kept talking about buying and not buying. Or perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then. I really dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blue and loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream, yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
The disc you saw on this disc. Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. This disc belonged to the victim, perhaps. I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat at the cove with the knife in his belly up in the seat. What did he say to you at that time? Probably not say a word about what I seen or heard or no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. What my name was, where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Heard a scream and the pair on the roof deck went off the slopes. Two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. These two. I also looked down to the skylight and noticed Cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled on the horses. McGilder got me out of sight. Out of sight where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two crows from the roof ran to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police, so it appeared they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilder, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. And McGilder and the driver say to each other, I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night, 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. Parties have all began to quarrel over price. McGilder took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Not understand why as yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Gilder's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that. It's decided you try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. It appeared Mr. Gilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Why would that be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. Reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He's probably gonna sell it. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking it ain't no crime, is it? My lord. Evidence your lordship requested located and ready for the court's inspection, sir. The box. So we got her on perjury just because we needed time for the box. Serious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. What's in the box? To be continued. What's in the box? No doubt my mind's key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. What's in the goddamn box? No, what's in the fucking box? To be continued. What's in the box? Bin. It's like, what's in the vault? What's in Al Capone's vault? What's in this goddamn box? What's in the box? Here we go. Better not be empty. There's nothing in it. What's in the box? Oh. This is the article in question, is it? Small box deposit at the pawnbroker by McGilda 2 months ago. Night of Mr. Windybank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke in the shelf. It's gonna be the third gun now. Quick, quick, let's open and see what's inside. Good gracious, is no ordinary box, it seems. What? Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. Appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. And what is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for playback of this disc. And what's in the disc? And then the disc will lead us to something else that has something inside it. And then we're like, what's in that? That means a playback Mr. McGilda's disc deposit at Windybanks at much the same time. That's strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. Extortion. But why, for heaven's sake? We'd understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. There we go. It's a court. Yeah, secret. There we go. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the court with some silly bit of music. What's in the fucking disc? This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. Prosecution has no objection, but no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored, and you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Is Strongheart gonna come here? No further delays, please. Play the disc. Here we go, here we go, here we go! You could get rid of the paper. Is it Morse code or something? What on earth? Sort of that what I would call music conveniently. Juror number 5, translate it. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Monka? Or do we not have that in Japan? Is Japan some backwards country? Mr. Graydon? Like, apparently nothing's been invented in Japan. Is Japan actually that shitty at this time? They don't know fucking barely know music. They barely know everything. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? Can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, You, the court, must now accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Ready to move on, counsel. Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? No. This music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I failed to have any meaning whatsoever. Does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. Graydon stands there chortling and victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face, as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. It's making him appear extremely on edge. That's a stance to the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this. Oh? Yeah, the British don't know about Morse code. I've never heard it in me life. What relevancy proposes woeful chime as in this case? The British not knowing Morse code. Never heard this noise, this random blathering of noise. Defense believed sound emanating from the music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's the music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, must be. You make a direction based on how people react to what you say. Acting like Pomeranian. Sounds over here aren't just necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly, the music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me, I don't know what the answer is yet. Reno. Just examine the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. I like how we don't even take the paper off of it. Doesn't it fuck it up? Doesn't this thing not like work correctly with the paper on it? It's like fucking whatever, like it's not like a Blockbuster disc or something. What the oh, it's only the bottom? Oh, okay, never mind then. Okay, it is like a Blockbuster disc. Okay. Must mean the sounds produced have some significance that is music. Weirdly, the Blockbuster disc actually messed up the CD reader, I believe. You were supposed to put tape on the other side of the disc because it would wobble. Because Blockbuster would put a sticker on the PS1, 2 CDs, and it would actually fuck up the disc drive. Could it be, is that what the sounds are? Someone struck me, Reno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even. I heard another sound very much like this one in the music box makes. Oh, for Christ's sake, don't spell it out. Yes, familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Got out to press the defense for an answer. Assertion that the sound produced by this music is not in fact music at all. What the devil it is it, counsel? Evidence suggests seen so far testimony we've heard. Pointing out to a single answer now. Because unlike Netflix disc, the Blockbuster would put their sticker on the disc and it would tilt it. Prosecution demands my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Trying to prove this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. Tom Wright's gonna join all the dots together. I haven't explained the true nature of sounds as music box disc is. Why do I have to look for evidence? Say sorry, yada yada, ministry more secrets leaked overseas 10 years. Lost on news, secret communication between its allies intercept by hostile nations. How is someone doing that's the question? They come with 3 possible methods for a new career in North Star, I wonder. That's Lord Strong was talking about yesterday. Yes, could explain why Greg's is running pillar to post at the moment.
Take that!
Is that not it? Oh, it is it. There's Paper Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pickburst blunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry mold. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh, this is a very serious matter. There should have been a joke answer there in the newspaper. You mean this bikini girl? No, sir. To the right of it. Oh. Very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. Nah, they didn't have bikinis, I think, back then, sadly. Terrible tragedy. Heard the international transmission on the supposedly secure line somehow being intercepted. Leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh. Me, sir? Whatever is the matter? Told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. Oh my god, she wasn't listening. Is someone gonna shoot the fucking disc now suddenly? Or a particular station where you work? Deals with government communications, newspaper reports. Yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work's extremely important. Then tell me. Is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Tell us what the message is. What's on the desk? Correct me if I'm wrong when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments. There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. You're suggesting a music box. This contains stolen government secrets in Morse code. Order, please, everyone, order. This is High Treason Council, deserving of capital punishment. Oh, please, we're gonna hang everyone anyway. Too much new vocabulary. What is this? Treason. What is capital punishment? As he takes the disc. I must go back to my country now. Goodbye. Sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, on the night 2 months ago, a very negotiation was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and all important discs lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the corporate had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, it would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind with Mr. McGill would incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Response to the defense accusation? Now you claim complete innocence, do you? Of course I do. Got to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer's been prattling away.
Objection!
Finish him. Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Witnesses rhyme that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being the most flagrant offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. And this crime of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge to bear in mind that you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. You may dwell. Fuck these guys. Execute both. You gotta let's have a rabbit and porky, governor. We got things to say. Just fucking execute them. They're the worst witnesses in the series. Who do you think you are? But he's not skulking. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. He ain't baddies enough to sell out of motherland. That's right, we were what you call 3 Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. Meter communications officer couldn't possibly steal confident government information. Besides, the sounds produced by Music Box aren't even Morse code. There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Gilded anyway, was it not? Of no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like you told us to do. If we known there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. O'Do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it you now admit to the crime? Fucking fine. I didn't question you did indeed gain entry to premises illegally. Moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Their testimony would be dismissed after the amount of lies. Quiet down, please, what you say to that, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up for all this monkey business. You haven't said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight up job. What about the geezer's job it was, eh? A poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting the Music Box to become so significant in the proceedings, however, as it has. Admitted to the court record as evidence. Let us duel with honor. Graydon's counter. Your communications officer couldn't possibly steal government information.
Hold it!
Newspaper headline accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Well, we got a perjury charge. Boom, boom. Okay. Graydon's highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Oh, so you had access to an equipment store for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. But what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors that can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent ciphered. No employees couldn't possibly understand them. Stop. Must say something. Stop. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians, ministry communications team. System ensuring there's no errors in important international communications. And he's received top prize for Cipher Kraken convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon's highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, sound produced by Music Box aren't even Morse code. Another. Here we go. They're not? Any wonderful brain, I would be blatantly apparent on listening to Music Box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. Combine those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. Jesus Christ. When you listen to the sounds produced by the Music Box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Sounds so familiar, the rhythm is saying everything. No discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. This assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No. Oh. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. So frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, government secrets are somehow being leaked using a music box. So many other things would slot in place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered. It would be impossible to use a music box and let it play back Morse code. Still every possibility music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes, yeah. I'm well aware of that. We'll see. Then what? Although it appears the defense has a hypothesis put forward, yeah, it could be the duplicate, that it could be just make the opposite. I don't know, we'll see. Better present your idea at once, counsel. What if rows at this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages in the Morse code? See how the Fumigyoda disc sits in the music box man deposit Winnie banks? Couldn't be a more perfect fit. Question, the disc was designed to play in this music box. Despite that, the sounds it produced in other musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. Does it make any sense? I wonder. Perhaps there's more of this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps into distinct sound, isn't it? Yes, some movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that is put by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different. Not so each one produces a different tone, but this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. But what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is punctured by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. The music box can only play the single note. There's some significance to that, surely. Are you kidding? Oh, what is it, Runa? I have just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright, then here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the other side. Does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked, so if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, so we need the copy of the disc, I see. Because, what is his name? Grayson mentioned where's the other disc, but he probably didn't realize you just have to make a copy. Okay. I just thought there'd be a second movement on the underside of the box. This movement is like the other one. Comb's teeth are all the same length, so this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. Must do, except the length of the teeth on the 2 combs is the same. A single tone produced by this movement will be different to a single tone we've always heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. Notes they produce are different. The music box can only play 2 tones.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? Appears, my lord, there are 2 movements linked together. In other words, you put 2 discs in the music box. Sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! Court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. A second disc in place, music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. It's beyond a joke, I'm sorry. Poor excuse for a lawyer is absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, my learned friend were able to present the court of a second disc, that'd be another matter. Well, I can at the moment. Oh, and may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, it was not the one in the omnibus McGoda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or disc. Dude, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Oh, as always, I must admit the argument presented by defense has much promise. Believe the cross-examination should continue. Maybe between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. Haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength for now. Reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, so I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-class brickmaker negotiated for me killed it anyway, was it not? No relation to the man.
Hold it!
2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill had killed the brickmaker, stole the disc. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. People over there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense, so does it? How did a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Or take it to the meeting with Mr. McGill to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Old brickmaker from Artisan Quarter and his Waterdeep communications officer. Only find some evidence to link the two of them together. Nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to witness testimony. Look, all we done breaking the gaff the other night like we told us.
Hold it!
Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Still me thought we was popping over for natter after all them years. Rather had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin. Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What, oh, me? Your brother was testifying just now. He said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? No, with Ash, I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscent has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geezer asked a question, didn't he? We was answering. Yeah, we ain't got done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Could that sentiment of story be relevant somehow? My lord, yes. Counsel. Brother's last sentiment statement. No vital information needed in this case. Very well, Counsel. Permit the brothers to limit their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin. Where did Skulkin Mikron go? Those were the days. Sure, I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? A little skin we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you're saying, and was yourselves Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are you expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept... That's still a spoiler, Belcor. You can't say, did you notice it, like, right after, like, some... whatever, a piece of evidence happens. Like, it's very poor timing on your comment. Yeah, so don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Yeah. It's like basically a spoiler saying it like right after something happens. Time was it the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Cause I well. One of the happiest times where ones came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife worked out on him. Took the name Graydon and see. Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton, so that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. 27. Coming up on our next in a serious matter of national security. I think this finally comes into play, right? Yeah. Okay. All to say is you blatantly spoiled it in the chat, by the way. Like, yeah, try not to do that. Cause like, saying did you catch that right after a statement immediately, like, spoils it. Like, well, let's talk about intercepting a secret government message is still just conjecture at this stage. Explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago in the break-in at Windy Banks. Trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway in this cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. Means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. Notes here from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man we now understand, had been negotiating with Gilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. It's his father, yes. That's right, only Mason was in his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? You mean to say, saints alive. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on the McGilded in collaboration with your father. New facts and evidence unveiled by cross-examination of this witness all come together. Reveal the truth. The truth, you say? Collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in legal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dinner of this music box, you mean, counsel? Stealing information being sent in secret government communications, selling it to McGilded. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling in the wrong hands. Very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour. Not a skipper, thanks to the deal like Wendy's. Thanks to the deal like Wendy's. Well, welcome. Deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end, yes. Before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. And having learned of the situation, he appeared at Wendy Banks 2 days ago. To recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. The same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbroker. This time, determined to recover the second disc. You suggested that the second disc was inside the music box, eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. Stupid stereoscope. Intruder at a pawnbroker touched one item on the music box. Very ingeniously demonstrated using 2 prints of a security camera indeed. So the question naturally begs answering is this: why was only 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall in the hands of the police, would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
I'm Craig.
What? Not sketches, I skipped inside the ice bank myself. Alright, welcome. Yeah, convenient. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One took the life of the pawnbroker. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet. Sniper! Yeah! Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? So where that? Oh, I guess that's where them. Oh, you got Naomi, old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Disc. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Cleo was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. Wolf Poggers, 10 guineas! Whoa! As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. There we go, the God defense. God will judge me. I am not guilty, by the way. Thank you, God. Thank you, my lord. Well, I'm just gonna walk out now. So I go down without a fight, not until I show him hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. A bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And a bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can't rule out the possibility the man shot himself. Oh, he shot the man himself, okay. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybanks was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. I am gonna... there's something really weird about this, but I'll save it for after the case. I don't know if they'll explain it, because these gunshots do not make sense right now. I don't know if they're gonna bring it out, because the events do not make any sense with the 2 gunshots being so close. The 2 gunshots apparently were almost like at the same time. Yeah, it's one guy shot on the back, the other guy shot in the arm from a bizarre fucking angle. Like, it's really weird how if this is like, I guess they'll explain it, because yeah, right now the 2 shots that were around the same time like make very little sense. Okay. Only person who could possibly shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you. Yeah, right now the shots are weird. Oh, you little upstart. Made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? There's a trap. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. Yes, 'twas I, with the rabble. I did best hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built myself at the communication station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility he didn't shoot the gun? 'Twas the rabble that did it. What? What do you mean? That's what he's doing. There we go. Here we go. Finally a smart move. What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. If anything, those guys did it. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? Wait, he's actually blaming her? I saw it all. For a moment, the pickpocket girl pointed a gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Okay, well, this is a bizarre defense. I thought you'd just say the smart thing to do would just pin the crime on the other 2. The fuck? This is his defense. Order, whatever. Christ. Okay, never mind. I thought the writing would be better. He would pin it on the 2 criminals beside him. But instead, he's just trying to pin it on Gina. Okay. Alright, whatever. See, we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. No, he could simply claim the 3rd gun was held by another one of his associates, and then he disposed of that gun. And just claim that, but... Yes. Trust you're fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Precisely give your formal testimony once more. You'll explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment and then allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. One of the shooting. These ruffians were jostling the broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man. He shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spot on the wretched girl. And then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up. He's making so many errors. Wait, what the fuck is this testimony, huh? Tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay, and this is his other crime. Okay, that's what it... He should have just fucking threw the other guys under the bus. They lied anyway. Okay, he should have, whatever, fuck it. He should have just did the other story. Damn, this story is terrible for them. Goodness gracious, quite extraordinary testimony. Your claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen defendant pulling the trigger. Yeah, trigger. She shot everyone, sir. Because his testimony is so terrible. No, what he's saying is, so shop owner shoots him, And then he runs for some reason, runs into the storeroom, closes the door, or the girl shoots him in the back for some unknown reason as he's running into the storeroom, sure. And then for some reason, she tosses the gun out. Okay, I'm assuming he's gonna say he hired Gina too. Fuck it. Fuck it, everyone's under my employ. Whether my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Oh, it's Magnus's music. The truth. No, the Skulkin brothers could have had a third gun, and then he could have claimed he took the gun from them and walked out. Till that prosecution completely unaware of these details. When Stady's claiming for some reason Gina tossed the gun out of the peephole for some bizarre reason, and then he took it and walked out. Sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splatter over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? And this is also a terrible lie as well. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat should somehow be showing the harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Oh, that's the lie they're gonna do. Okay, even though it's his father's blood. Okay. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist developed the technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurist detective's dubious foray in the world of chemistry. Nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. He's gonna... Yeah, the blood on the coat's the dad's, but it doesn't matter. Ideas are no use here. In science as a law, theories must be proven before they stand. Germany, a technique's already been employed at courtroom as basis of evidence. Scotland Yard is a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. That is with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestige of the doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Mr. Windybank's blood stain from 2 months ago. I feel like they should have tried more twist, as in they shouldn't have done this scene at all, I believe, and try to make you figure out whose blood it is. I don't like how they did this either. Like, I think there should have been multiple, like, twists, or you have to wiggle your way out, but yeah, they basically tell you whose blood it is, yeah. Even though you could deduce it eventually, but instead of having you deduce it, they just tell you straight up. That's Senator Mason's blood from when he was stabbed and McGilded was wearing a coat at the time. Our defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zieks make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait the results, defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Oh, so yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Moment of the shooting. These ruffians were jostling the broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop. Windybank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. He used Blackout, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Sorry about the spot on the wretched girl. Tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay, yeah, okay, that's your excuse for the third gun. Ooh, free guns. Hold
it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. Why, that's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? Couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Yeah, a distance of, you know, a fucking one door. Oh, I'm far away! Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place, then I ran out the door with the gun. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I'll have to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Well, we made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whiston Flutier told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. I was paying you enough, by God. 10 guineas, oh yeah. Oh, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull on the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. Do you realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Why, Steve's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw me grab me whistle. Why the blazes? He said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got down at the station? Why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. I've ever flaming people in the door. Back these two. I am so sick and tired of these witnesses. Like, I like their character design and everything, but Jesus Christ, the amount of lying they get away with in this game. Like, oh my God, it's so dumb. Could be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me. Telling me, I just gives me the willies. Yeah, these guys have not all strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. Wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes. Well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Nuno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. I need to find a way to break this man quickly too, because once he discovered the blood on the overcoat Gino was wearing, it's a bit strange. I'm so sure of myself about seeing the blood spot on Virginia's coat. He doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. No, Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winnedank. What's going on? All I know is very unfair. I said some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley wasn't. Detectives can use test tubes too, never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in the testimony, so I'm gonna have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. Must have Mr. Windybank's gun, which only a single bullet had fired. We've already established, Mr. Graydon. The bullet was fired by you. Or at you. But no, it was the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third fireman involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun at the time. Oh, I can see where there's contradiction here. No other gun found at the scene. Huh. Calm yourself, counsel. Sonny. You must consider the events in order. First I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, broker turned to run, and it was that moment, yeah, running in a room, locked room, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. How can I present that? that's not right. I'll just do this then.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now to Kobe in such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment sullied the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. Mr. Mason Milverton's blood was gilded, stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. Not except Hurley's chemical analysis prove that. They won't. So unfortunately, I can't use it as evidence for our case. Bother. I don't think this is specific enough for me to present options here. I don't think this works.
Objection!
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. We can amend this testimony.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Oh, and surprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. Oh, there we go. There's a small open about head height that lets you see what's inside there from the outside, actually. I should know that. I sure not. I like to do it myself that night. Now I see from a window. Now what about you Berglund brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Why not likely, Gov? Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. Doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skalkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, through neither of them noticed how I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Burn through it.
Hold it!
So Winnebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouting the car when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I'd never been so scared all me life. Yeah, we're just a regular madman of burglars, that's all. He don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say they were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items, looking for the music box, of course. Broker went for Nash in the first place. Ringo joined in, making 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong. I was trying to help me little brother, the old geezer chucked me over the blue encounter. I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. Pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. You should be executed right now. Sorry, Gov. When I back through Nash car, I smelled a sharp pain in my arm. I mean, that's the moment you were shot. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor on the counter as the 3 men were brawling. Exactly that moment it happened. Didn't hear the gunshot. Wait. Will went to strike the calendar at the wall behind you. So it would appear when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Said they couldn't explain what happened to a doctor. I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. So Winnebank intended to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally anyway. It didn't quite strike home. I pulled me gun on him. He tried to shove me out of the way. And he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Oh, we have to wait for a press, my lord. Fuck. Question, Lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have results of the test ordered earlier, my lord. The blood. The accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Assume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. A report, please, Inspector. It's a game over. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Except for the stains, it appeared that they were the result of splatter and following a gunshot wound. End of report. Wait, really? See, what did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat's not Mrs. Wendy Bank. I'm assuming the fucking guys are paid off or something. We'll say, wonder if we could say that, Council. Coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windy Banks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker in the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, we all argue fervently that McGilded's innocence, and yet now the man is dead. You brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have had for yourself in this country. But that was... Well, bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. Or how to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done. But... This shows a detective, not a chemist. You put such faith in the chemical formula devised for me, by example, I went on my communications out. I think we just got screwed by the, I think the officers are paid off, or the guy was paid off. Harapuroski to a starving boy and he ran away crying. Okay. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is all truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. Only what Mr. Graydon could possibly know this fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord. Not a long battle this one, but this old war has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, squadron has reached its final decision. It's time for Sherlock show whatever to enter. All ready, men, all for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
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 Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. Defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Flag. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling me so fast? Oh, very distressing here we're going to be held in such low esteem. There we go, Sherlock Sholmes. Won't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? What the no? Okay, officer. You delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. Occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? His hair, sir. Order, order. What business do you have here, detective? Last I you recuperated in hospital. As I well would be had I not been set on upon an errand. What errand? Charlie, it's really you. You're awake at last. Good day, Iris. Appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. What matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. You no more than 5 minutes. You'd be so kind to spare us the time. What say you to Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. I haven't spent so long already. Exactly, I haven't spent so long, why do I go waste any more precious time? As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny defense a mere 5 minutes. Hey. Very well then, Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Dear fellow padres, for my tardy revel, Mr. Sholmes are right now. Alright, I'm all wrong, sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. Fear you that maybe proved too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Apparently this place is full of idiots. Now I want to see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. How about that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigation. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right? Honesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this. My dear fellow, what's that? Lavender Furukoshi wrapping. A leave-in present for Mr. Sato from Mr. Sato. Possible. Matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape just by means both devious and underhand. You, Miss Naruto, if I'm fairly as you are, will find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. It goes from the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sato-san. What could it be? Am I gonna disbarred like Phoenix Wright? What is this? Oh, it's a machine I made. Meow. Look, I use this, my latest invention. What is that? Call it the cat flap-o-mat. Make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Wagon Seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Shadow muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure, I don't deserve to be judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. What did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Look at the book. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Oh my god, I actually called this earlier, but I'm not sure how it's gonna work for the case. Sato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? It's how she knows the name of this stupid book. "5 minutes is over." We're out of time already. Grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my lean friend will consider summation examination. My attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruto. Yes. The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. Be careful. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. If those vicious two little lights could rip through almost anything, they're good, aren't they? We have a special alloy developed just for this job. The color rotates 10 times per second, so we get through any door in no time at all. What are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section door gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. Make mincemeat even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say that it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flap man. It's just a grim weapon of door destruction. Guy is so adorable. Nothing I want to do for him, even developing deadly weapons. My lord, defense request. Time to think. What the fuck? Which one do I pick? Am I supposed to beat the guy, or am I supposed to fucking do the summation? Or does this choice not even matter? Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken yet. Protocol dictates may not cross-examine new witness now. Defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. It would appear that a rather important detail escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Request your lordship permission to interrupt cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Assume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume the cross-examination, Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. Where'd everyone go on the stand? What the? Remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unlimited protection of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel must choose one statement from the witness testimony and one piece of evidence presented in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. Following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? As you will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. In a single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Leave this in your capable hands. No! Sir Sholmes, no! He's dead, sir. Sanso and she can lay whatever before the court and say of high fever either man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Imagine he's feeling very little now. He, the detective, is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down one, aren't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. And I won't waste his final chance Saturson has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, I may resume the cross-examination. Final battle. Ruffians are jousting now. The broke stone of the entrance to the shop. When Windy Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I felt the same. See, man, he shut himself in the store. I could see him through the people in the door, though. Black Boot shot the man in the back. He's trying to flee with safety. Saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked up and made my escape. Am I even out the press? Maybe not.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption? Another thing is, like, how does no one notice this when they move a door? When you move a door that has something, like, wrong with it, you'd figure something out really fast, especially if you close the door fast. Because the flat would definitely move. But, yeah. Oh my god. My cat flapper, my lord, makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Cut through any door you can think of and make a little new door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. Sure, we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's confidence has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Oh. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to fail to see what it has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Beg your pardon? Peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, Sholmes. 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Assistant did what? There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Is it able to close up? Look through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. Said as much in my testimony. What else could a witness grant for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Don't so kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
Objection!
This is a farce. You're really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident has taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Her assistant tampered with the crime scene was being fully aware of the gravity of the actions, her actions. A serious act of vandalism. Humbly apologize, my lord. So in the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel. Majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting a man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to see. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, it's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Are we gonna use the pictures? Afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe that plating can cut through solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. Absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Ah, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy cooey, time for dinner. Meow. That lady says Old Bailey does not make cat flaps in the oak panel at Old Bailey. Done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that people in the storeroom door Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? Cat flaps and my catafly matches are all fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match. Hee Otsuki's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe our judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. May have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people of Dimensions are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer. Purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks. Very simple, we just look at the pictures then. Defense argues that the people was created after the incident using the device. Now that the perpetrators returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Von Zeeks. Well, Counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. No, she isn't. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. The people in the door of Winniebanks was created after the event, not before. Oh, there we go.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. She is the assistant Mr. Sanami Kotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. I never had any cause of doubt. Oh, that was a bit. Oh, it was 11 and 1, was it? I'm like trying to remember the timing. Oh, 1:30. Never mind. Oh no, it's 1 a.m. I'm trying to think of the timeline of everything. Okay. She could have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof. Necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. Print shows the scene shot moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of a defenseless broker. But more to the point, pictures the storeroom door in the background. See that print again. Don't believe it. Really quite remarkable door to the storeroom. Completely devoid of people of any description. Ugh. Graydon. Couldn't possibly witness the crime as you claim to have done. This time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony. Catalog of lies. Me. Maybe it'll explain it later. I thought Gina's testimony said the gunshots were like very close, almost at the same time. Maybe we'll get to that point. Satisfied defense substantiated claim beyond all reasonable doubt. But this testimony is entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. Mother and friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Okay. Damn you, people. You guys are just racist, alright? I already figured that one out. Okay, so the policeman doing it? A-okay, A-okay. Feels okay, man. That's okay. You're British. Okay, when she does it, fuck it, hang her. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you guys. A-okay. Don't worry, Bobby. A-okay, you're British. Have a pat on the back. Lad, go wee with your wife tonight. Damn you people. Damn your laws. More importantly, if you're British and do a crime, A-okay. Feels okay. Spur of the moment, really. If you're a foreigner doing a crime, fucking off with their heads. Doors, more Lord Von Zeeks. Defense may have established a potential instance of perjury. It's not even a crime for me, or for whatever, what's her name? it's not even a crime what she did because she didn't know there was a crime behind that door. Like, it would be like someone kicking down a door to, like, help someone in a room. So, like, it's not even a crime making that flat because you can't see behind the door. Yeah, Sholmes got shot, but maybe she was, like, trying to look for something else, yeah. Because you don't know what's behind the door because, you know, there's no flap there. Like, it's not really taking care of the crime scene. Okay, anyway, defense may have established a representative instance of perjury. Oh, fuck you guys! Okay! Oh, no proof this man's the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? We don't have the gun. I was there at the scene. It's true. Now shot an arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. There we go. Finally, that's an odd one line. There we go. If anything, I'm the victim. No, the victim card. I can't do anything. This card's been banned in every Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I don't believe this. I'm the victim. Me! If anything, I was shot. It hurts so badly, Peppy hands. Tears in me eyes. I can barely move me arm now, and I have 5 kids, and I'm preggers with another one. Hurts. I'm the victim. Or the right as it stands now. I don't have any definite proof he's the culprit. Terrible tragedy. If anything, I can't support me kids. So I can't wear him out of his way now. I can't support me kids with this bullet in me arm. Puppy hands, Iris. You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? Charlie always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Grader, not only did you give false testimony to the court, the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense. Can he just claim perjury and said, fuck it, I lied, okay, bye. And then that's it? I'm guilty of perjury, bye. What do you mean such a remark? What do you say in your testimony? Reveals you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What third gun? I simply lied! To protect me men! Yes, what?
Objection!
Because fuck it, since apparently lying's like, okay, just fuck it, make another lie. Provocative top counsel, when you enlighten the court. Explain this alleged inconsistency, Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is real by the lies in the witness statements. Should Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, third gun. Oh, the bloodstains on the coat. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrad's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. How could you possibly know that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people, and no, he just said he saw it through the open door. Yes, it was through the open door. Where is the bullet that's in the guy anyway? Point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concoct that is so revealing. Not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I... Ugh. Cat got your tongue, witness. Now I know there's a bullet that hit the calendar. Where's the fat man's? As in the bullet that hit the fat man. Is it in his body? People on the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch 2 burglars. Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been able to meet banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Is that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, sir. Place a chock full of pawned articles. My lads have to thoroughly examine them all, so I gave the order that my officers work around the clock and shift so we get through it all. Consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So, in fact, its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yet the fact remains Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Wonder if is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Did he tell him about speak, Inspector? It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report, Dwell. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony. It's all the same to you. Wait, Dwell, what's going on here? Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. Remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. Shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize that I trust that the words you just uttered have been extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes the details about the case Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, certain a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. It's the person in question, counsel. That witnessed details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony.
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Not me.
Objection!
I'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Sort of the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity the last few hours. We've learned it only during the course of their trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during a 1-hour-long recess while police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Till that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Suggested such a time until he was summoned. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was on the stand he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation he was the third intruder, suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation I had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fellow? Ooh. Oh, summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in my case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbroker raid. Which means, first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand where the illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. They were talking to each other. Oh, I've just remembered something, Reno. What is it, Iris? There was one time, yes, before, wasn't there? It was when Ginny was testifying. Yes, now you mention it. Yeah, they've been in full view. Like, we saw them do it. Bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music while scene of the crime. That's it. During that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Graydon as the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? I'll be giving away confidential details of the likes of this bloke. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Sure need not remind the inspector that found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness. It's a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
Scotland Yard can't do this, come on. It's coming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Don't do that. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges, and incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? You must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really struck a deal with Mr. Graydon, and logically, it's only one thing he could have asked for, the disc. I'm assuming that must be it. No, do you think it could be? Yes, the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Press for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Oh, you better not know, Sunshine. Is it possible this other top secret case? What I alluded to in the newspaper article here. Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. Oh, the bleeding Nora, could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposit Winniebanks by Magnus McGilded. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once, so it seemed very likely now the encoder on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession. But the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, Cleverly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. You little... Not his chips. You garbage, Gregson, you garbage. Order! Day of the incident, when we met you at Winniebanks, you said this. I'll be taking out whatever it is McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing the government secrets. My orders were... cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QD, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. Realized there's a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Aid and abet this man had given false testimony. No other way Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. The only explanation, the deal was struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
Why do those 2 idiots still stand? If, and I stress, if this sober assertion turns to be founded in truth, would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will approach this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Gracious, then, you mean to say. Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person. Defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. We only struck a deal with each other what Jenny was testifying for, and Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. Lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll please submit to a body search. What? He's gonna agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice of which you now teeter, my learned student friend, and a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. While in the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. My country's government will formally demand yours or that you are severely reprimanded. Sounds serious. Indeed, if a visitor institute makes such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening because you're scared. Yeah, I thought Van Zeke suggested it, but then I guess I accepted it. I got baited. Accusations beyond serious must prepare for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would accept gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Still persist and formally question a search of the inspector's personal effects. Sometimes. Best defense. Can we search? I guess you can't search two of them. Well, don't say we weren't warned. Your typical Nipponese stubbornness may land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. If you pick the hymn, you ought to lose. Fair enough. Got nothing to hide. Wait. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Wait, did I say someone else? Oh. Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? What's all this? I'm the one you're accused, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Inspector, not you. Somebody else. Meaning of all this, they lost at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this Nazi being completely irrational. All of you. He was doing what you told him all to do and having the courage of his conviction, so you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. This corner is out of the defense counsel's conviction eagerly waits his next words. But now don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly certain I know who has that disc at the moment. This is a... Okay. I might have been baited by chat, but I'll do this one first.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relationship does exist between that person and the case counsel? See, my Nipponese friend doesn't understand the gravity. I thought he was gonna put it in his corpse. Okay. Defense counsel's name is humiliation. Anyway, give me a point. Give me a taste of his own medicine. He doesn't have the disc at the moment. Question is, where could he have hidden it? The trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not easy situation to go about hiding anything, really. There's no one place he could possibly put it down. It's in another person's pocket, someone with him on the stand. I thought it was going to be a more clever answer. Is it really just the other guy?
Take that!
It's actually great in my lord. Defense demands that you be searched at once. Presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Uh-oh, did we lose? Au contraire. Another brief body search carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual in his person at all. My life points.
Take that!
Says Mr.
Objection!
The other two idiots then. So I think who else is on the stand aside from the idiot who Mr. Nash Skulkin, I never. Those two shouldn't have been even on the stand for like a while now. Rather than bailiff. Straight the witness conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Spectre, Scotland Yard, or fucking hang all of them. I hope those two die by the end of this game, the two on the right. They've done so many crimes in plain view. Like, those two 100% should hang. It doesn't even matter if they didn't do a murder. Like, the amount of crimes they've done in this case is more than, like, almost all the other guys combined. Like, good God. Like, holy shit. They should never have been on the stand this long. The amount of fucking crimes they've done in this courtroom. Never mind, like, at the crime scene. Like, the amount of fucking crimes they've done in the courtroom. Like, it was perjury non-stop. Now they're hiding evidence. Like, Jesus. Objection search. Those two are like, I like their design, but I hate like how they're used in this game. Like, they're the worst fucking witnesses in this series by far. Like, they make Lotta Hart, Larry Butts all look like good upstanding citizens. Fortunate for you, Inspector, objections carry no weight here. Okay. This courtroom only prosecution defense of the authority to object. Lord Von Zeeks, no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Here's, I have no intention of obstruction to the course of this trial. Bailiff, he out the search. I mean, he must know since he's nervous. Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. I just want to shoot them. I think these are the worst two to be on the stand. Cut it out. Couldn't he have given the disc to someone, the small kid? Here, my lord. Witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I do know nothing about it. Fucking shoot! I'm so fucking tired. It's such lazy writing that these two are still here. Over and over. Just fucking execute them. I hope that you see them hang at the end of this game. Because it is such a waste of time having them there. Like, they are by far the worst witnesses, like, ever. Because of the amount of lies they get. Usually after a couple lies, you're removed from the stand. But these guys just keep going. Second music box just left behind Magnus McGooder. They are by far the worst witness. Is it not Inspector Gregson? I mean, the parrot's a better witness than these guys. At least the parrot tells the truth and doesn't, like, lie. Like, a fucking whale didn't lie, but these two, like, lied for the past 8 fucking hours on the stand. This entire stream has been them. They never got removed from the stand for some reason. They just lied for 8 straight hours. Or Skulk, what do you say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flamin' Bennett, I swear, you know nothing about that disc. No one fucking believes you anyway, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Alleged deal was struck between this witness, this detective now. Without question, my lord. And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson's a shrewd, calculating man who really loses his composure about one particular point in this trial. Oh, he was strangling him. Unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. I don't get it. He could have tossed it to the fucking audience and no one would have noticed. Christ, because apparently no one else notices anything. I mean, those two are definitely going to be arrested. I don't see how those two are going to walk out at all. He could have literally just thrown it to the fucking, like, he could have thrown it at, he could have literally thrown the disc at someone's skull and killed them. And apparently no one except the MC would notice. That's during my cross-examination, Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I meant nothing of the sort. The judge is apparently looking at the ceiling. I didn't see anything wrong. Judge, what happened? I don't see any. You'd figure he'd be like, order. Nope, he's apparently fucking looking at his dick or something right now. I see nothing of the sort. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and shaken him violently. Yeah, he did it all. I thought his noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did. Was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like they started shaking me. I blazed in. You mentioned the third gun when we were down at the station. That's what he said. He had it right down my ear, he did. Still head my bobbing now. Oh, I don't remember that. I'm old. I don't remember. The character had to be able to extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been. Then he did it. Now was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. Detective had acquired the disc he was after. Wonder if we proceed to hide in another man's pocket. As a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, as the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment was some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the duty strictly hush hush. Hush hush, top secret assignment is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It seemed that the information were revealed in court as evidence would be problematic. Is that some of the situation, Inspector? Take it out, someone's trying to count 80 months. I'm under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What does this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it's all pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. You're prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal. I don't get... I guess it all goes down to the original point. Whatever. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Sir Graydon. Clearly, like Eastern visitors' uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. His only defense now is he could claim the idiot duel had the disc the entire time. He never had it, but it still doesn't mean how he knows the people. But then how do you explain the reason why he knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking deal with the detective. All of this young Eastern men's fancy. I have no idea what any of that's about. What? What about you then, Inspector Grace? You admit making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I've acted in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. A patriot. Quite quandary indeed. Alright, rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuous in the conclusion of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leans. Wait, for what? Well, now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. On service, one becomes good judge of character. But it doesn't have anything to do with the... Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective Azuri trusted his eyes. More than this I cannot say. But it has nothing to do with the case. The girl shooting whatever, damn you. Okay, I can't believe the 6 jurors are gonna believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Jenny gonna be found guilty if they don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. There's some proof Graydon killed Mr. Windybank who stole those government secrets. There's some evidence to force Gregson to admit he struck a deal with the witness. But in council, I think it's time I propose the jurors declare their final decisions. No, that is, unless some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. No, Councillor Lee and the Genie be found guilty. No choice, Reno. You have to throw some evidence at him. Protag 268 on strong come out 18 months comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Leave it to the jury. Fuck it. The jury, surely the jury can do it. Fuck it. Let's do it. Jury vote. Fuck it. The jury can do it. Surely the people can do it. I trust you guys. You guys will make the right decision. It was okay. Fuck it. Let's do the meme answer for once. I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands at this stage. No. Look how far we come. They're dumb as shit. Are you serious? They're fucking rabble. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard. Just 4 you do. Oh, I lost a penalty. Just sort of explosive punish for the weakest of decisions. Oh, I only had one anyway. Well, case over. Thank you, councils. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me and Her Majesty the Queen, and declare no further examination. I'll reload, obviously. Such a request and a final decision, members of the jury. You're all ready, Mr. Foreman. Hello, Ballootsley. Good, so we get to see the game over scene. Alright, fuck it. Please announce your findings to the court.
Guilty.
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 Nah, apparently I only have
Guilty.
one life point left.
Guilty.
Look at them all smiling. Oh, I got another girl hung today. Oh, what'd you do today? Ah, I hung another little girl. Can join the 15-year-old in hell. Fair defendant Gina Lestrade. She can burn in hell for other blonde friend. I never trusted those blonde lasses. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury applaud you. Considered expedient deliberations. Court is adjourned. I sleep like a baby. Evil has been destroyed from the world. That's a great. So there's one final piece of evidence I'd like you to see. Yeah, what's that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. You leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. To go on? Last chance, because I'm gonna have to force his hand here. Not a piece of evidence to get his detective to admit the deal he clearly agreed in. Can I just make it play this?
Take that!
Yeah. Leonard's Guild is peculiar music box council. Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by Music Box again. Only this time. The second disc we just set in place as well. This disc council. Wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector, eh? That's already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. Notice Morse code comprises 2 distinct tones. Vance believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud. Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You'd figure where's whatever heart. Shouldn't that guy be here? You let the whole courtroom your confidential information like that's treason. You admit the charge. In order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness that you're pretending to lie to the court. All because by fair means or foul you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. In all honesty, if this was real life, I mean, there'd be a lot of stuff, but they would actually punish me more than those guys. They'd probably let those guys, like, go okay, but they'd probably disbar me from the country forever, in all honesty. There's no way they'd ever let me back in. Lord, if you please. Court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Oh yeah, and Van Zieks would be fucking disbarred. The British, yeah, okay. Inspector, you should know my message by now. I'm the prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. This courtroom, my duty is to the law. Let me propose a toast. Covering the truth by fair means or foul. Very well, defense stance here is that prosecution made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, I'll listen to music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both displaying simultaneously. So no, listen to that. Oh no, sniper! It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blue and box up. I'll ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish a witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? Jesus, this case goes on forever. I think, yeah, the two bumbling idiots wasted like 4 hours at the start. I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. In the trial resumed after recess, we stood there and stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. It's you there, you're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? May I have someone you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment? No, the issue is... So the final case usually is long, but usually it's several days of trials or something. But the issue we have here is it's one fucking day of trial. So yeah, we're stuck with the same witnesses. So basically, yeah, it was patterned. The first half of the trial is this pattern because the two guys lied on the stand for like 4 hours. How about a trade suggests you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Could let the information become public knowledge under any circumstances. Except that the man's proposal told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. Given false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. You still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Mr. Gray, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, don't worry, the next game will be next week. Nothing more known left for you to hide behind. Struck a deal with the inspector and escaped the conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You're the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night inquest. We've established that, yes. You perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Traitor! What a weakling. Is that a crime or does that not count as a crime? Man, bailiff restrained that man. Everyone's like, wait, is that a crime or is that not a crime? I'm not sure. As the judge is looking through his law book. Is that a crime, that one? That one's. Nope, it's not a fucking blonde girl doing it, so no crime. That's it then. It's all over. Despise my life growing up, those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. Parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. I'm the victim here! What little money they had was never spent on me! I'm the victim! I'm the victim! If anything, me arm, I have tons of orphans I take care of. I'm pregnant with another one. Damn you, I'm the victim! I'll just say what I said about studying to better myself to one day escape from that hellhole. Eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later. Nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. More money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Hi, lad. You're a bean with a queer talent, so you are. I've got money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was a steward of the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As a response for inspection in the ministry's communications office was a simple enough task. Lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. I surely realized seriousness of the crime we were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable by using the music box. Father was a brickmaker. My mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason delivered him. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. Once been a music box maker apprentice. Imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It's the first time I'd seen him since I left his sons 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley, you're garbage. I wish you would have said you're still garbage. You were never good. I knew I divorced that whore of a wife, and you were garbage. Stop it, sir. Fine, Jen, you've become, eh? He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. Oh, please. I'm sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. Bought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, so fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2-disc. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGill in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of 2 discs and a music box for playing them. Exchanged with McGilded for 10 guineas. Jesus, you guys are betraying your country for very little. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay me 1,000 guineas. Oh, he's an idiot. Okay. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. Exchange of the second disc. Yes. So demand information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why? It was that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilder, not you yourself. I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilder. Oh, I see. I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand?" What an idiot. Okay, so dumb. I'll do this negotiating now. Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Yeah, 1,000 is a lot, the 10 is weird. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilder, that's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. I'm the victim! I'm the victim! I could have asked for more money! Well, it's only then I found out what sort of monster McGilder really was. Really? But he had a park though, and he was such a nice guy. He tried to help me, Dad. What a good guy. I thought he was selling secrets to other British people. He had a park, so after 10 years of not once to utter it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Wow. Revenge? Look at the popcorn. Anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. Gilda brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any resemblance of justice in this trial. Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. Trial 2 months ago was the farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilder by then. I spared nothing in my arrangements. 2 months ago, I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. Gilder himself had shown me that. I'm just saying that. I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters in my own hands to deliver the justice that monster deserved. A tragic accident found the trio 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. I was summoned 37 stone like 65 months. McGilder's death that day. It's caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me in the courtroom. Oh, what's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. Policeman who came down McGilder to examine the omnibus again. That's right, 'twas I, an impostor hired by me, McGilder had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus for all manner of false evidence, threatening the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine once the omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilder inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. Second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilder. Ah, yes. Do you know mention of the man's trial 2 months ago? clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. I realized it was missing. I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with Miss McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Winterbank Pawnbroker. Right, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. No need to give a name, just hand over a ticket, tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in the pawn for you. That's a good 10 guineas if you sell it will. I've heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know, each one's like an extremely secure vault. Yet I'd be taking steps behind the disc. It would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. The night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybank's afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mrs. Stroud written down. What do you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. Really convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork in the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. Yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. Fortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. My important music box with the second disc inside was missing. That had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, picked up on the fact McGilded was involved. Spectre, you recovered fast. Orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possession, examining whatever we lay our hands on. I had a full-scale investigation going on yard, but to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. And that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. Now be your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Was it this guy outside the, fuck. I'm trying to remember, was it actually this guy who walked outside the, house in Case 4? I'm trying to remember, there was a random character that I believe didn't show up in Case 4. Fuck, I'm trying to remember, is it a sequel character? It's a different guy. Okay. Because I'm trying to remember, that guy has not shown up since that moment. It was some weird clown. Okay, it was a literal clown. Okay, so I'm assuming it's happened at night at pawnbrokery. I can only describe as a nightmare. Nash and Ringo were searching the counter. Located the music box and showed McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. Second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shopping? Gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Broker fired his gun and a bullet pierced her limb. Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. Man already turned to flee. I didn't intend to fire in his direction, much less kill him. I am the victim, but unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. It makes it Gina. I don't know if it's a plot hole, but Gina's testimony is actually wrong because Gina said there was 2 shots almost at the exact same time, but that's like impossible because, yeah, he got shot first, but like quite a bit, and then he must have like moved positions and then shot this guy. No, but it's weird because how could his back be turned? What was he shooting as he turned his back? Yeah. No, I think Gina's testimony is weird because, yeah, it's a bizarre. Yeah, because how did he shoot him in the back if they shot at the same time? Yeah. Sorry, Tell. You're the victim. Alright, 2 years. Army Oct. 1 year of community service. Alright, get the Japanese girl here. Let's hang her. All took place in a blink of an eye. Don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what happened first, and fuck those two. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened in Winniebanks on that wretched night. He's British, pardon him. Let's go get the Japanese girl. Earlier you called me goated a monster. Maddie used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice, or the crime of murder. What tragic irony. Let me sip from my glass. Yes, terrible tragedy. Irony. What you have done is exactly the same. I'm the victim! God, the very monster you saw despised so deeply and McGoated. Yes, I think I have. Oh, this has been a long, exhausting trial. Can we hang the other two criminals? Like 100%. They shot at Sholmes, perjury, probably hid evidence, and they probably knew about it. Like, can we hang those two first? You know what? Execution, firing squad. I want to be one of the guns. Christ, I hate those two. See, when Elise arrived at the truth, Inspector Gregson of Mr. Ashley Graydon. Restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged of the murder of Mr. Windibank and stealing the government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, what about killing McManus? Whatever, he's Irish, I guess. It doesn't matter. We only do crimes against other Brits. What about the Irish guy that died? Fuck him. Eric, I'll be have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. Brad Spiders, you're complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Oh, the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. Time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Get her that squadron. Stand by, sir. Is it really? This is really it now. Last push. Final call. Final finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'll declare final decisions to the
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I go bomb Crystal Tower. That's the stuff. I'm off to look. Finally, when you finally managed to do it. Finally is where I really wasn't sure if it'd come out on top for a while there. This is right, you're the best lawyer in the world. That's right, I'm not finished with you yet, eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, certain other crimes to consider. What about the other two? What about the liar duel? 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony. Did you not? And that is a terrible sin. Sinner! You will burn at the stake. Perjury, how dare you desecrate these halls of lies? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems. Yeah. You've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilden's coat on your side straight. I just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense. Turbine and that when played together, the music box just contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. Prosecution is caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. Pose a toast. To demand that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. There we go. I'm the one who's going to be punished. Very sorry about that. I'm pretty sure I'd be banned from Britain. Like, the government would be like, fuck that, we're not having this guy here anymore. There's only that way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, that... It's, about the sounds produced by a music box before, I do wonder. That was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes of me, in fact. What a spot of an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. Not really be. Wasn't Morse code after all. Our defense would like to listen to music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? This contains Minister of Secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. Maybe that chick wants a promotion. I'd promote her. Good, at least we have someone who can shut up. I know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets over enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now the man has admitted his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. That's really gonna bother me. Miss Lestrade. There we go. Promote the fucking Morse code girl to that old guy's slot anyway. Yes, my lord. What you have seen here today in the courtroom is extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, criminal of depravity. Damn you people! Well then why don't you fucking punish the Wonder Twins? Appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. Beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Wait, are we really? Wait, huh? What is going on? An appalling experience above all child? What about the dead fat guy? I don't get some of this dialogue suddenly. What is the point of these lines? We care so much about you, child. Terrible tragedy. As we were about to hang the girl. What about the fat dead guy in front of her? Isn't that a more appalling experience about perjury? Cover your eyes, Timmy, please. Perjury on the stand. Oh no. Oh, just a wee child. Cover your eyes, Timmy. I can't see this. Gina. Yes, God forbid you witness perjury. Even though, oh yeah, I like how we had Iris walk through the crime scene. Do. Iris has already seen fucking dead people, and she's only 10. Do. I reckon I worked something out today. Well, it ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. You suck. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Regards to murder Pop Windybank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, hereby could declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah, and we have fireworks. Yay! So if someone's guilty, do we do the fireworks as well? Yeah, you're hanging, sir, today. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Gotta get to the gallows fast. So everyone's racing to the gallows. I get a front row seat. That is all. Court is adjourned. Everyone's running to the fucking gallows area. Alright. Let us duel with honor now. Personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Maybe some of you Japanese aren't savages, really. Oh. Despite being un-Nipponese, there we go. You saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, despite being an inferior breed of non-Britishness. Yes. Figured that out. Despite that. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Did. I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago. It reminded me. Toast and friendship and trust for another. Nipponese only find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. I don't mean him. I mentioned something similar earlier today. About total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly, Dwell? Well, you may ask. One day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Sikobe, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Alright, that's weird. Come to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, till we meet again. At 24 p.m. the Old Bailey Defendants Chamber. It's done, it's over at last. But Murder's disappeared too. Congratulations, Jin. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. Believe me right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. That's all about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever asked before, so you kept a promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. Figured something else up to all me life growing up in the slums. Never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that shop 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for the betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina worked something out quite recently. Great Chaos Summerstar, welcome back 32 minutes. I think more Phoenix Wright games should be fucking, you have guys that are actually guilty, because that's the entire point of a defense attorney. Christ, it'd be really bizarre if you just never had actual guilty clients. Trusting someone else, I think they'll need it twice, right? Trusting someone else is really extra and learn to trust yourself. It's when your gut tells it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded. Yeah, there's 2 cases, I believe, that I remember. No better feeling in the world. I mean, I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Yeah, the girl from the first case is a sequel, because she's never mentioned outside the first case. Unlike Apollo Justice's end. Because in Apollo Justice, at least they resolved the first case in the final case of the game. Same with Miles, I think Miles' investigation, they resolved the first case as well, later on. Well, you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. Trying to say that putting my faith in Eugenia has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, pack it in. I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, I'm assuming the next game splits up the courtroom, right? So there's multiple days. Like, even though I hate investigation, yeah, I think the mistake they did was there's only one day of court, so it like screws everything up. So that's why we had the idiot duel for half the case. Yeah. Sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. You're a loser. Your case was the one of the... Is his case like the worst in the series? What a meme. His case is such a fucking meme. I honestly believe it's like the worst in the series. With like how he died, like the culprit, how they got to that conclusion. I think it was the worst case. Imagine someone dying like that. Pusher, the monkus. There's a pusher on the ship. Okay, defense lawyer is only good as faith in the client. Imagine being some big dude and you just fucking die because this little girl pushes you. Comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Don't push me, I'll push you! There's a bunch of officers shoot me. No! Oddman's trying to push someone! After this experience, starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Hasn't it? Am I living up to your expectations? Might turn out to be the lawyer you believed I could be. I mean, it would have been better if the Russian sailor, like, took responsibility instead or something. It was so bizarre how that case ended. They didn't even try to, like, take the bullet. They're just letting her fucking hang. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there are so many ways they could have, like, done that case, but they fucked it up in, like, every way. Like, imagine drugging everyone on the ship to get a 15-year-old girl on because whatever. And then fucking when she's like accused of an accidental murder, you don't even take the bullet. You just like all go down with the ship because fuck it. Because you already fucked up that hard. So dumb. Okay, yeah, not taking the fall at all. So yeah, if she was that important to drug everyone on the ship, then they should have done it. Anyway, pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. Standing here patiently in the corner for the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along. Would have said when you finally noticed me. You people of your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see. Shouldn't have been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. I'm aware of one or two foibles the doctor who was tending to me. Really made my knowledge of them known to the man. He happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. Enough of my adventures. I was a fine victor, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. He's British, alright? There's no laws against it. If you're Russian in this game, you're fucking dead, apparently. Yeah, dead. Congratulations, Roller. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. You're like, what about McMagnus's murder? Are they even gonna punish, like, the people who lit the thing on fire? Or, like, whatever? Or is that, like, because he's Irish, it doesn't really matter? So it's like, fuck it. I don't understand. Are we not punishing them? Or is it... Meh. Meh, Irish guy dies. Meh. Alright, some great detective. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Like, are we not gonna punish the officer that did that? No, it lit the guy on fire? Have I hurt you in some way, Mrs. Strad? We've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... Well, I have a fear. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Some way, I suppose. Congratulations are known for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... acquittal in a trial, particularly your prosecutors, perhaps a little precarious. Because, well done, Mr. Sholmes, no alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? If anyone's found not guilty and tries working on one's up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make and exemplify by the thing McGill did, in fact. Yeah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Why doesn't he mention case 4? That guy's not guilty and he's not dead yet, unless he dies en route to Japan, but I'm pretty sure they're not gonna kill an actual person like that. Now it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? I mean, like God. Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He does not know what people like on the inside. Don't I got the wrong end of the stick. Some codes like that bog trotter will rot into the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure to get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters in all hands, claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGill is or this world. I ain't scared. I got principles, see. Trade in you, which is to be admired, Mrs. Strad. Oh wait, just give me a rest. Give it a rest already. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News your acquittal is very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long you've been here? There you go. I was wondering where you've been. Honestly, went to the main entrance, especially meet you there. Iris, my dear, do apologize. Wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. Those dolts didn't notice my presence at all, huh? They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon. Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Now be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. Hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come. Oh, I'm assuming the Baskervilles plotline's next game, right? Okay. Don't look like I'm gonna be nowhere for a while. Yeah, they didn't answer any of the Baskervilles things. I had the judge's pad. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. Always again, breaking and entering, taking the bog troller stuff, wood and a dog, blah blah blah. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. Diving ain't an offense, it's a job in it, I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Oh, no. I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. Now, the game coming up is the newest one. So, this one was made before Spirit of Justice. And then the sequel to this is technically the newest, but it's like 4 years old. I'm gonna do something like for all of them not like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. Wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. Spoilers, she never does it. They're still poor. Hey. What is it? Maru cry again. Nothing. Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to rig out once. Oh no! We have to make sure this guy's not in the paid employ. No! Is there gas on it? Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina. No! Good luck. Everyone's in his pocket. Stay away from the carriage, you fool. Otto. Yes. God! Ah, what was that for? Do you know? I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase here that's all missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strad, eh? occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Yes, it's a good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well. Thanks, Otto. I'm not crying, you're crying. Thank you for everything you've done. For believing in me. Not at all, in fact. That should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the abdominal pick purse. Nearly forgot, I bought a paper outside. Special editions, trials all over the front page, pickpockets. Innocence proven, isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Alright, not again. Well, what do you say, dude? We're gonna get to see the girl now? You say we know her as usual. I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I no intention to list anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Huge storm has left the seas very choppy. Channel in particular is awful. Sailing out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? Cyril, go! That's right, if we head to the station immediately. Ray's still making time to wave Susie off. Cyril, go, go, go! I know there was a tournament, but I was curious, like, yeah, what else was played in the tournament. But there won't be a train, surely. It couldn't be that lucky. I don't know how good the teams were in it. There's a guy that I saw stream that claims he won 4 tournaments in a row. I don't know if he was in it, though. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes. Roger Victoria Station only made an arrangement for a special express. To Brino, Sunshine with my 19 months. Right now we should be there for dinner. Oh, a fine restaurant serves most delicious baked sole. Now, and the great detective does it again. Indeed he does. Apparently you're aware of a number of rail transport directors for Wolfsmart. Really made my knowledge of them known to the man and he aptly laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? London Victoria. Watch out for the pusher. You just had to keep digging, didn't you, as it pushed off. And no! Port of Dover quayside. Took somewhat longer than anticipated. Susie boat must be about to leave now. Well, we get the waiver off. Saddle, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Saddle, wait, what are you doing? Oh, it's the Baskerville's book. What are you doing, Naruto? What are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailing's being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. But tell me, how did Gina's trial go? Went well. She was acquitted. Meh. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Book you're about to throw in the sea. An Encyclopedia of British Law. Wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. Saying goodbye to law, you, Susanoo-san. Being correct in assuming. Because of the people, Miss Susanoo. Deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. But it is utterly unforgivable. Reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to the dinner, if you remember. We had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. That was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. Pens are very important to me. It's so important that you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flappomat, so I put it up my sleeve, really. Then I rather forgot about it. Oh, are you serious? Oh, okay. Okay, that's what we're going with? You forgot you had a fucking massive thing in your sleeve. Okay, whatever. Fucking black hole that is her sleeves. Just pull anything out of it. Oh, I didn't know I had this. Let's see as I walk around town with it. And then... assassin. Mr. Sholmes, leave me, Naruto. Right. Naruto left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could have been behind that door. At that moment, I used the little device I had up my sleeve, sprang to mind. So worried about Gina, I simply had to know. Actually, you know what? That doesn't make sense now, I just realized. Why the fuck did she... How short is she? Like, the people doesn't... I don't know if the people even make sense for her. Okay, now I don't understand where. Yeah. Why did she make the people specifically there? There's like other places she could have done it. Because isn't she much shorter than everyone else? Captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders, yes. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Especially when the people was made, that information proved to be Naruto's greatest weapon. Naturally, without proof, it amounted for nothing. Looked through the hole in the door. Sight made my eyes, made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remember that trial 2 months earlier. Trial Magnus McGill. I thought about how he'd manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimonies to secure his freedom. It made British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. Then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? So when the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly though Gina shot Mr. Windybank. No, I was sure she would have never done such a thing. I worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, then I realized. Very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have been happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to witness it, there'd have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which a people would be the very thing. The only people I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap. Is that why she did it? Is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even to the police. I know, I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. But no offense even, that's why I decided to confine Mr. Sholmes. Naruto was completely backed in the corner of no other possible means of escape. Prove that the people could save him, that was my plan. She really does think of everything. Then why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? Dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she'd done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. I'm disbarred if you've been seen knowingly tampered with a crime scene. They didn't knowingly. It was to possibly save someone. Like, they didn't know where the killer was. They didn't know if there was a victim. Damn you. Okay, Miss Sanders had to show her responsibility alone. What are you seeing, Miss Stride? I guess she did like say she didn't do it, but technically, if she just came clean early, I don't think it would have mattered. Let's use Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. The law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime the moment I allowed myself to think that. There's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. I still don't get it. How come there hasn't been a moral dilemma with the 15-year-old? Oh, okay, so everything else was fine with the fucking justice system, but when we hang a 15-year-old girl, it's like, man, no big deal. Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like the second case was just filler aside from killing that person. It was such a dumb case. Like, they never called into question the justice system at that point. Like, I don't understand. A serial pusher, God forbid someone pushes you, Mungus. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in a witness stand using the people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, people inconsistency existed. Not sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Yeah, I figure a foreigner would have a much higher punishment, especially, let's say there's a special honors student or whatever, foreign student, and that person dies. And then, yeah, a foreigner killed that person, that special person. They'd probably get punished much harder. So, in order to save face or whatever. Like, I think that should have been one of those dilemma cases where they, like, just say he stabbed himself or he slipped and fell himself. Like a Boo Radley thing. But the case, like, didn't make any sense. So it was like, yeah, it was a pretty bad case. Alright. For kind words, Naruto, you saved me too from my regrets. Yeah, so in order to save face, I'm pretty sure they just, like, hung her or something. We must all thank when Miss Lestrad's freedom has been assured. Exactly. Some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. Revelation music box disc contains secret message, Mr. Naruto. Trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration, actually. The argument wasn't as compelling as I thought it was. No, it wasn't. Communications officer among the jury members. You see a telegraph operator. Said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. So one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher, MEC. I mean, I don't know how it was back in the day when it came to crimes, yeah. I really hope to understand the message anyway. Watson, my dear fellow, quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. What? Dwell? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? Oh, funny. Wait. Iris, what did you just say? Well, this is the plot point from the start of the game. I just said Sogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Sogi. It's the name of my best friend. What? Maybe, you know, maybe the 15-year-old girl was evil. She was actually part of a Russian gang to silence him. Maybe she actually didn't push him. How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. The Russians, maybe the Russians really were evil. Well, the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code. I tried various words to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. No. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. It's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. Don't believe it, are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You mean to say in Japanese Morse code the message is Sogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Yes, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Please, may I show me the message, please? Of course. Goodness, possibly me, or whatever it is in that long sequence, supposedly millions dots and dashes. It's made the color drain for the sunset. What does it say? Better not be to be continued. What does it say? What's on the disc? There's no that message written in Japanese Morse code. What does it fucking say? British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Keisogi, Kazuma Sogi Dun Dun. Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson. Save Tobias Gregson's the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? Last name, is it going to be the girl? In the first case, what's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So expected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name. It's J. Wilson. Oh. J. Wilson. John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson's. Afraid I can't be sure. After the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. What, they're all being assassinated! The Russian girl was part of the group! End of the message, rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Oh no! Gregson's dead, puppy hands. The Russian already got rid of one. The pusher. We have our most skilled agent on it. The serial pusher, you're mad! Pusher! She's killed every target we've ever told her to kill. The pusher. I can't believe it. Who would ever have thought those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention strange with some disturbingly familiar names. Here the particular message. Communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Daddy could be in Japan then. Where did Susie and Reno come from? Uh-oh. Ja, well. No, it's not very likely really, is it? Ha, could be any Wilson. I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Das true, Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial University. Can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Wonder if Shin's a sequel name. Someone seems so strange. Someone saw me because of Winnebago's murder today. I feel like I rode back a boulder them off the very dark cave. Gregson's dead though, he's probably no longer useful. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, ship is gonna set sail soon, yes, it seems so. Sail that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France, and I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Where will you going then, Susie? Wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to have you always at my side. To guide me and support me. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, really are the very best jujutsu assistant in the world. Mom will cry again. I'm quite sure. Be back before you know it. Please, Susie. Don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise. About your manuscript. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Waiting for you then, Susie. Promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Well, no, yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. I Suspiria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe. Still have to say, what? I thought we met. Did we not meet in the courtroom in the antechamber? Wait, I don't understand. I thought we were met earlier. Remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the canvas. Susanna, take down. Okay, well, I'm talking about after that. Okay. So being thrown together as we were in that case, somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-san's great legacy. It's Susanna. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. But there's a serial pusher out there. She could be anywhere. A 15-year-old Russian girl was let out from the jail earlier today. Monkus, the pusher. She already took down one of her victims.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now,
Pusher's on the
it
boat.
feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Trials and tribulations. By video games.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
That fucking gun.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
There's a sequel. Yeah, this is end of game 1. So we'll do next week, we'll do the second game. But the pusher! The pusher! You know what? You're right. We should have hung the 15-year-old. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I have some rather awkward news. Sequel. Railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently, huh? Caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains have to wait at stations. Well, really would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and now it was all your fault. I believe our formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Oh, just to make us say that. Not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court, huh? Sorry, I'm perfectly happy to testify. Really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Certainly, any word you like. Bellowed out, my dear fellow. Yes, I love Runo's words. I know which one he'll use here. I really must say.
Objection!
But the pusher's still out there. I take it back. She's the most dangerous criminal in the series. Even the bad guy of Apollo Justice is scared of the pusher, Monkus. She could push me next. We should have hung the 15-year-old. She could push any of us if she can push a fucker. Long weeks under music box right from Baker Street all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired to order them all myself. Advertise them for sale, refused by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. Money I've earned, consultant detective work pays a pittance by comparison. I mean, if a 15-year-old girl can kill a healthy, big, like 20, early 20s male, then she could kill any of us. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. We miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. She could push any of us! How many people have died accidentally to a push-in? Witness your testimony. It's riddled of contradictions. Exactly, rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. I don't know, son knows his father's innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? It is courtroom, no place for your petty arguments. I've delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, Layla and steamship. Is she executed now? Where is she? Last night, apprehended of all extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. That brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. I'm not a villain. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for police in a new age. Dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose 100 parts mesh together in perfect unison. If only the world had no crime forever. If you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds till my next appointment. If only the entire world were controlled. If only there was no crime at all. Assassin the Pusher! Lays Rents magazine's out. I'm in it again. What did I say with that one line she wrote? Now I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Oh, not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Pusher, the Pusher! Oh, her ladyship puts me to shame. He's British. He's not gonna have consequences. Who's the other coppers in? Not this one. Isn't the old girl on a daily basis? Of course, Joni, my old jailbird. I like how she's. It's all the woman. All right. I'll say bad with those balusters every day. Managing around with the housework. You got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossips of the neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. She's a girl, sir. She has to be charged. View is okay. You know? Slap on the wrist. Paid administrative leave. Well, he's back on the beat tank. Thanks to Reaper. Nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting and small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners or drop half pennies in my lively life. He's a British male. He's not gonna get any fucking punishment. Please, you guys and your punishments. It was okay. See? All the guys got away. What the? They are sexist. All the females. Iris comes every day for a natter. So it ain't too boring. What? So is every female charged in this game fucking in jail? I was getting about case what Sholmes is looking into. She's a girl. Put her in. Criminal investigation is kind of uninteresting when you're into them. Perjury. Monkus. Get the gun, Pepe. It's time to make a suicide in this cell. What you do? Perjury. Already got it, sir. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Already got it, sir. There we go. Family mail inside jail. For now, it's my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give over, bruv. Ain't the ash we used to know. I hope these guys get executed. Hey, got any plan to come back and Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three Muscovizits. Look in the neighborhood for all it's worth. At least those three idiots get murdered. Yes, it's time for poor Gina to be death by suicide in jail. But she didn't do anything. She did perjury, and everyone's like, good God. Damn, perjury. This is a country, civilized country. 6 months in the time I'll remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what life's all about. Nardo-san, I promise. Assistant will return to you one day. For now, I'll leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Kitty. There's another game, so next week we'll do the sequel, which is technically the newest Phoenix Wright in the series. The Russian girl is a criminal. She's a serial killer. She pushes people to make it look like accidents, so people like me feel for her. 15 years old, pushes people to kill them. Obviously, and Russian, obviously an assassin. I understand the light now. She's actually one of the Interpol's most wanted. Monkus. Fucking serial pusher. She could have pushed me. Good God, anyone here could be pushed. It's not an accident. She's a Russian killer. A pusher. Oh yeah, I like how you didn't see her in jail. She's whisked away. Yeah, she's a plot point for next game. The girl. Wow. This is very long, weirdly. I'm surprised at how long the end has been. Really? Does this have the most female, I guess, killers for a game? I just realized it's 3 in a row. Or no, it's not 3 in a row. It's 2, then Vaughn, whatever, and then, yeah, the 4th case had 1. Where's the girl? Oh, we're gonna see her soon, right? Oh, right, because he's dead. Pepe hands. There we go. Yeah, we should meet up with the girl. She's a killer! Don't ignore her! Eva, she's gonna push us! She'll push us! Monkus. Where's your hand? Show your hands! Push her. She could push me. Could push you. You guys are right. I was wrong defending the 15-year-old. I realize now she's a serial killer, serial pusher. I know. I admit I was wrong about her. She really is a hardened killer. You notice how many poor souls were pushed by the 15-year-old girl. What a villain. Is that one gonna join us because it's him? What a good guy. That guy has a park named after him. What a nice guy. He was okay. Rich people can't be evil. He even paid us a nickel. Thanks, sir. What a nice guy. Don't spend it all in one place, friend. What a great guy. I hate that bitch. To be fair, I did hope the maid would go to jail, though it is sort of weird. It's weird how everyone just goes to jail. 15-year-old pusher and the beast. I like the design of those two, but Jesus, they made the trial unbearable. Alright, I'm going to be right back soon. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of Genshin stuff. I don't know what we'll do, because I think I did Abyss last week. Now there's a second game after this. This was just the credits roll. Number 2. A very long credits weird one, because there's 2. Yeah, you guys say wait till 2.1 the roll. You guys clap when a 15-year-old died, but I understand now. She was a hardened, yes, assassin. Trained in pushing people. Fleeting farewell. Alright, don't do the DLC custom there. Finn.